and this honorable court. You may be seated.
Good morning, Margaret. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lawrence County Municipal Court. I'm Judge Capper. We have reviews to do first for people who have court orders to comply with. This is a check to see what progress you're making on your court orders. Your name's called. Come up to the table to the right. We'll go over what you've been doing in your file. If you don't get called and you think you should have been, go check in with the clerk's office to the right as you leave the courtroom. If you missed a hearing previously for review, you're not going to be on the docket today, so you need to go check in and let the clerk know you're here. Otherwise, there could be a warrant out for your arrest and you want that to get withdrawn. You have to let them know you're here, otherwise we won't know to call you. Call the reviews.
Clarence Abrams, David Abrams, Gary Cary, Ryan Christian, Jeffrey Collins, Cory Corles.
All right, Clarence Abrams, 1788, 1424. Clarence Abrams. Hasn't appeared and has not completed. There'll be a warrant issued for Clarence Abrams. David Abrams.
Yes, sir.
Is here. 2021-97, 2014-68. And I got a letter from OVP saying you're compliant with your program there.
Yes, sir.
It looks like you're working. Where are you working?
At On Point Home Improvement.
Okay. You did make a payment today.
Yes,
You
sir.
still have some community service left to do. We need to get that finished. So when can you be out here to do community service?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be here first thing in the morning, sir.
Okay, very good. Mr. Cooper's got you down for that. Does it matter what day of the week your reviews are on with your work schedule?
No. They honor your court.
Okay, I'm going to make it December the 18th then. That's a Monday. 9 o'clock, December the 18th.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, that's all. Gary Cary,
Yes, sir.
1852. And 154670. You've done some community service since your last hearing, so that's good. You're going to work it off in community service. She's with QRT or?
Yes, Your Honor, she's compliant, doing well.
Your Honor, if I may, she came and spoke to me this morning. She said she's done 2 more days of community service, and she just needs to bring the paperwork in to her.
Okay. Get that submitted.
She's compliant.
Okay. She's with New Life and she's compliant with them as well.
Okay, very good. And how often does she check in with you?
Once a month.
Okay, since she's seeing you once a month, I'm going to go further out on her reviews with the court, make it February 9th. 2/9/24. Will be your next hearing at 9 o'clock. And if you're finished by then with everything, you won't have to come back.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ryan Christian, Ryan Christian is 23,696. Okay, your last screen was good, November 15th, so that's a positive report. Well, my bottom line on this is, it sounds like there's still stuff to work on, but I think this is progress. You're making progress.
Your Honor, he is with QRT. He is compliant as well. I mean, he did have a little hiccup there, but I met with him yesterday. We've got that straightened out. But I did want to report that he has gotten his license back.
Okay, congratulations. Anything you want to say, Mr. Christian?
I did all my community service as well. Paid my fines off. It wasn't my license, it was my ID because I don't get my license back till December 12th. I just had a little mishap last week. But I did, I tested Wednesday, negative. I tested yesterday. All I can say is, it won't, they had up my treatment plan to 5 days a week now. I'm going to be compliant with that and it won't happen again.
Okay. So the thing that actually went to QRT was the felony. That's there to be dismissed upon completion with QRT. So he's done what he needs to on the ODI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close his case to QRT and let you supervise it. And then if he fails, then you can either refile here or take it to common pleas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm not going to set another review hearing. You'll just have to report to QRT.
Okay, just check in
Once
with
you're
her.
finished with them, then you'll be finished, and your case will be dismissed.
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
I think you're on the right track. You still got some more work to do. Keep
Yeah.
working at it, and hopefully, you'll get a dismissal and also an adjustment in the way you live. I think that's the main thing. You got to adjust your lifestyle.
Yes.
It looks like you're well on the way to doing that.
Yeah, I want to complete this program and, do better for myself.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jeffrey Collins, 19304, 19182, and 15606. Mr. Collins has not appeared. He's not finished, so he gets a warrant for not appearing. Cory Corles. Okay, Cory Corles was on the docket. I don't know where Kim is. I told her I didn't think he was on the docket. He's on here for review. I believe he's in Scioto County Jail. So I'm going to put him aside, and then at the end of the docket day, I'll revisit this and decide if we need to get him back here for an actual in-person hearing, or how we're going to proceed with this. This was set for a hearing, and I think he was probably transferred there due to jail over the summer. So anyway, I'll recall this at the end of the docket. Oh, okay. And we've got representatives from Children's Hospital. Usually I have them come up first, so I knew they were here, but forgot to have them come up. So if you want to come up and tell folks about your program. Now, I don't know if you're aware, usually we don't have prisoners in person here today, but because of some special circumstances, we're not doing the jail by teleconference, so they're in the back, and the attorneys are going to be using that room that you normally use. So I think we're going to put you in the probation office. So it'll be the first office to the left over here on the west side of the building where you'll be set up. So listen up. There's some folks here from Children's Hospital in Columbus, and they're involved in a program that's involving the whole state of Ohio. The information you would give them is not, I would applaud you participating. I won't know if you participate or not. They're not going to report to me. It's all confidential, but it's a very worthwhile program that they have. So if you would tell them about it.
Hello everyone, my name is Natalie. This is my colleague Zara. We are researchers with the Asian Children's Hospital over in Columbus. We are currently running a study looking at what kinds of interventions work best at reducing overdoses among people who use or have used illicit stimulants in the past. Important to note, the study is voluntary, so you do not have to join. It is confidential. Any information you share with us won't be shared back to the court or anyone involved in the case. We really want to emphasize that. And then finally, it is paid, so today for about 25 minutes of your time, you will receive $25 on a study Hlin card. Works the same as a Visa debit card. We load it on our end, and you should be able to use it today. The study also consists of other surveys. Each one is compensated. In total, it's about $320 over the course of 2 years. But after today, it is all remote, so everything would be done through text or email. If you guys have any questions or are interested in joining, we will be in that probation office to the left. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So if you're interested in talking with them, and you don't have to commit, you just go talk to them and say, well, I don't want to do that, or yes, I do.
Yes.
That's fine. They're going to be the first office to the left on this hallway that goes down the west side of the building. You can see them from the lobby. So if you want to talk to them, fine. If you don't want to talk to them, that's good too. Okay, so we probably still have some more reviews, so let's go with the second round of review hearings.
Candace Daniels, Kenneth Holle, Bryce McMillan, Cory Milikin, and Jessica Thomas.
Candace Daniels,
Yes, sir.
18795. Okay, you have done some community service since your last hearing, so you're going to work off your funds?
Yeah, I've only got one more day left.
Okay, I'm showing 66, so if that's correct, then it's going to be a little more than 1 day, because it's $50 a day.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay, so when are you going to get that completed?
hopefully in the morning.
Okay, that would be great. I'll set your next hearing for December 15th. You get it finished by then, you don't have to come back.
All right, thank you.
9 o'clock, December 15th. Kenneth Holle.
Yes, sir.
19,194, 18,956 and 957. You have fines left to pay.
Correct.
Do you have a payment today?
I got 80 today.
Okay,
Friday's on the next review, please, for work.
all right. I will set you for December 29th, which is a Friday.
Thank you.
See the clerk to make your payment. Bryce McMillan. Very good report, Mr. McMillan. Thank you for that. From New Life Recovery. Do you have a payment on your fines today?
Yeah, $20, Your Honor.
Okay. See the clerk, make your payment. And I'll set you for, well, you're working Mondays or Fridays, which is better?
We can do Fridays.
Fridays, December 29th. 9 a.m. December 29th is your next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Cory Milikin, 220848. called and did not appear, and, well, all right, I'm going to mark it complete. He did everything but the 3-day school, but he did complete a residential program at halfway, so I'm going to consider that compliant. So his case is completed. I will not issue a mark for it. Jessica Thomas, 230072. And you still at Mahajin?
Yeah, she said that she faxed in a progress letter.
Okay. Yes, there, it is in here. It says you're due to graduate in December. Very good. You did your community service. Are you paying on your fine today?
Yeah, I have to go pick my check up first, and then I'm gonna come back and pay on it.
Okay, how much are you gonna pay?
100.
Yours is a newer case, so I'm gonna go into January for you, for your next hearing.
Okay.
January the 19th will be your next hearing of 24 at 9 a.m. If you finish paying off your fines, I need a letter of completion from Mahajin.
Okay.
If they file a letter of completion, you pay off your fines, you don't have to come back. Otherwise, be back here January 19th at 9 a.m.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good job.
Jeffrey Collins is now on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Jeffrey Collins for review is 19304, 191082, 15606. Mr. Collins, I assume you're out working somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Who are you working for now?
Strickland Brothers, the one in Grayson. We live there in Grayson, so that's where I'm working at now.
Okay, you still have some community service to do and fines.
I got a day left, I think, and I'm gonna try to do that this weekend, and I paid $30 for fine last night.
Okay, I'll set your next hearing for December 29th. If you get everything completed by then, you don't have to appear. December 29th, cancel any warrant that I said previously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that finishes the review. So if there's people out in the hallway that have new cases, they need to come in.
Yep, Raymond's new cases, failure to appear for a hearing, he's in courtroom now.
All right, so we're going to call the new cases, or is it called the arraignments? The purpose of an arraignment hearing is to tell you what the charges are, the possible penalties, and if it's a misdemeanor, I'll ask you for a plea, which is your answer to the charge. You can enter, you have 3 choices: not guilty, which is the safest one to enter, guilty or no contest. If you enter guilty or no contest, you're waiving your rights that you have as a defendant in court. That's all defendants have. And what are your rights? You have a right to remain silent. Ma'am, just wait till I'm finished. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you choose to make a statement, it can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are your rights. Do not waive them if you don't understand the proceedings, if you want to talk to a lawyer, if you want a trial, if you don't know what to do. You should enter a not guilty plea. That's the safest plea. You can always change it later. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Destiny D. Anderson, case number TRC 23-1701, A and B.
Ma'am, your Destiny Nicole Anderson. Ms. Anderson, it's alleged that on November 12th at 3:54 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol, drugs, or a combination of those things. It's alleged this would be your second offense within the look-back period. So on a second offense, the maximum penalty is still 6 months in jail, but the maximum fine goes up to $1,625 fine and a 5-year license suspension. The minimum on a second offense is 10 days in jail, $525 fine, and a 1-year license suspension. Also, if the vehicle is titled to you, and I can't tell from what they filed if it was or not, there's a mandatory impoundment of the vehicle for 90 days on a second offense. You understand that charge? You're also charged with driving outside your lane. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. So those are the two charges. Do you understand them?
Yes.
Do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes.
Do you have a job?
I do, but
What do you do?
Nurse assistant.
Nursing, you said?
Nurse assistant.
Assistant? Are you paid by the hour?
Yes.
How much per hour?
15.
Do you have children that you're supporting or someone else you're supporting on your income?
No, but I don't have a full-time contract right now, so it's just.
How many hours a
whenever.
week do you work?
It could be one shift or 4 to 5.
On the average, how many hours a week do you think you work?
Last week I worked 4 days. This week I only got one shift, which was
Okay.
last night.
So 3 days, maybe?
Yeah.
If that's the case, then you'll have to fill out a financial affidavit to verify what your income is, but it sounds like you're qualified for court-appointed attorney. I mean, there's a guideline I have to go by, and the Supreme Court of Ohio tells me I have to determine your gross annual income, so I'm just never that good at math, so I gotta do some math to figure that out. But it looks like you are. I'm gonna appoint Mr. Smith, who's seated right behind you, as your attorney. I'm gonna enter a not guilty plea for you. You can sign a signature bond of $1,500. You understand what that means? As long as you show up, you don't have to post the money. If you don't show up, then you owe $1,500 and you get a warrant. Okay, as far as pretrial dates, Mr. Smith, I could do the 1st, 4th, 8th. Any of those work?
I could do the 4th, 15th, or 22nd.
Let's do the 4th.
That'd be fine.
December 4 will be the next hearing for pretrial at 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Kayla Evans, case number TRC 20-2598, A, B, and C.
You're Kayla Evans?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Evans, it's alleged that you missed a review hearing in this court April 21st of 23 on
Yes,
an
sir.
OBI charge. Do you admit or deny that?
I admit, I was put on bed rest the 19th of April for the birth of my daughter. She was born in June with a heart condition, so they put me on bed rest. They weren't sure exactly what was going on. Now we're looking at open heart. She's had a few procedures. I've been in and out of Cincinnati, been back and forth between the hospital in the last couple months.
Okay.
And now we have open heart surgery coming up on the 29th. So I'm trying to get this taken care of.
Well, I'm showing that you did do the driver intervention program.
Yes, sir.
You finished that. You paid some on your fines.
I think I
You did make
paid-
a payment today, I see that. Maybe paid it, did you pay
I
it off?
paid it off. I paid it off on Thursday, $700 and some on Thursday.
All right, so school, are your funds done? You just have community
I
service?
do have community service. I'm not sure when I'll be able to do it. I'm quarantined, well, I'm supposed to be quarantined right now with my daughter, but I'm quarantined until after surgery.
When is
She
the
has-
surgery?
She has surgery the 29th. We'll be in the hospital anywhere from 14 days. And I'm supposed to
29th of
quarantine.
November?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
I'll set you out in January.
Okay, awesome.
I'll set you for January the 19th as your next review hearing. If you can get the community service done before then, you don't have to come back.
Okay, is there,
Are you living here or are you living in Cincinnati?
no, I'm back and forth. I'm living, actually in the West End. We're staying at my dad's right now. It's just making it a little easier on me.
West End of Huntington?
Yes. I have a question though. Do I have to do community service through Ohio or can I do it in West Virginia? I'm just wondering, my daughter goes to Spring Valley and they do some community service stuff at Spring Valley. And it would be like around no people. I just didn't know if that was an option or not.
Under the circumstances, I'll let you do it there, but I want you to check in. Where's Mr. Cooper?
He just.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cooper's in charge of community service. I want you to talk to him,
Okay.
get that squared away. If you do it you're talking about doing it at the school?
At the high school, mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll accept that. But I want him on, okay. She wants to do community service at Spring Valley High School, which I'll allow her to do. She has some issues with her daughter having health issues. So we'll need something on letterhead or something that we can verify the number of hours. You gotta do 30 hours.
Okay.
Okay, January 19th.
And I could probably have that done, yeah, before January
That'll be
19th,
fine.
so.
Just get it submitted and get approved, check with him, and then you don't have to appear.
Okay, awesome, thank you so much.
Good luck.
Josh, do I need to take like a payment for me to?
State of Ohio versus Douglas Claxon, case number TRD 231663.
Yeah, your folks are back. And so you're Douglas Clarkson?
Sir.
Mr. Clarkson is alleged on November the 9th at 4:26 p.m. in Fayette Township. You were driving a vehicle while your license was suspended. There's different sections of the statute. They filed yours under the first degree misdemeanor portion, which that means the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this?
Oh, am I going for 6 months if I plead?
That's the maximum. That's the maximum the court can impose. That doesn't mean that's what I have to impose. That's the most I can impose.
Okay. I mean,
If you're
yeah,
not sure,
they're
remember what I said
suspended.
at the beginning, not guilty is the safest plea.
Yeah, not guilty.
Do you wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
I don't know if I'd qualify.
You're working?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I weld down here at Superior.
Okay. You work for the Mans then?
Yeah.
How much are you paid by the hour?
22.
Okay, unless you've got several kids, you're probably not going to qualify.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay. Well, let's do this. And you still live in Kentucky?
No, actually, I just moved here. I live right up here on 1418. I got to get it switched over on my license.
Okay. Well, you're going to need to get squared away because if you go to apply for a Ohio license, they're not probably going to give you a license till you get Kentucky taken care of. So this needs to get fixed for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if I come back and my license are reinstated when I come back, will that help me?
Yeah, that'd be a good thing.
Okay.
So that's why I'm going to give you some time to try to square that away. So you're going to first need, and I've got a Kentucky printout, but I'm not as used to reading theirs. Just says suspended. From what I can see on here, I can't really even tell why you're suspended, but it does say.
Ran a red light, sir.
Okay. Oh, here, I see.
I forgot
Failure
to-
to answer
I didn't
court
appear.
summons in Boyd County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Probably got a warrant out too, I'd say.
Yes,
So you
sir.
need to get that taken care of.
Yeah.
So, get that taken care of. You're gonna have to square things away with Kentucky, DMV, BMV, whatever they call it. I think they call it DMV over there. And then, you know, you don't have to wait to get your Ohio license. Come back. Hopefully you'll have that done before the next hearing. And then you're supposed to get an Ohio license if you move here within 30 days. So let's go out about a month or maybe a little bit more, come back and see where you are with your license. So what's your work schedule at Superior?
Right now it's six days a week.
Oh, so you guys are busy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got Sundays off, but,
Yeah,
I mean,
we're not court on Sundays.
I can come, anytime.
So Mondays or Fridays, doesn't matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Man, I'm going to see one of your bosses on Thanksgiving Day, so I could.
Yeah, don't tell
mention
him.
it or don't tell him. We're married to sisters.
Oh, man.
So, all right, let's set it for December 29th for a sentencing hearing. So that gives you more than a month to. Here's the thing, you need to start working on this now. Don't wait till December 28th. So, oh yeah, I need to call the Kentucky DMV. No, you need to start calling them now, figure out how you're gonna get this squared away, get reinstated. I'll let you sign a $1,000 signature bond. That just means you're signing a piece of paper that says, I promise to come to court as I'm ordered to, or I'll pay a $1,000 penalty for not showing up, which isn't really the worst part. The worst part is you get a warrant. Which you might have one in Boyd County, if I was guessing, because you didn't show up for court. Usually that's what courts do. When you don't show up, bad stuff happens. You get a warrant. So you need to go over there and take care of this.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
good luck.
State of Ohio versus Shelby Sprout, case number TRD 19-1068A and B.
Shelby Sprout?
Yes.
Okay, this is an old case from back in 2019. It's alleged on April the 17th, 2019 at 9:52 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving 57 in a 45 zone, which is minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty $150 fine. And you had a license that had been suspended previously. The suspension was up, but you never reinstated it.
I've never
hold
had.
on, I'm not finished.
Sorry.
So you're charged with driving with a license that was suspended, but it's the good news is it's the non-jailable part, except that you kind of made it jailable by not showing up for court, it's alleged. You failed to appear, it's alleged, at your arraignment hearing back in 2019. On April 23rd, here at this court at 4 p.m. So it looks like did you get arrested on that, and then they released you on a medical OR?
It was just an OR bond, but yeah.
Okay. Well, at least you came today, so that's progress. So how do you plead to these traffic charges?
I've actually never had a license. Would that still count as the suspended?
You probably got a break. They could have charged you with something. If you never had a license, they could have charged you with a jailable offense. So I think what they were going off of, it looks like you've had a few of these, and for instance, I'm looking at your printout. Non-compliance suspension from Cold Grove Mayor's Court, that was from 2014 to 2016. There was a failure to reinstate conviction previously from Arraignment Municipal Court, non-compliance suspension from Arraignment Municipal Court, non-compliance suspension from Arraignment Municipal Court in the past. So you've had a few of these, looks like. So, the good news is you're not charged with a jailable offense. The bad news is I can't appoint a lawyer for you because I can only appoint lawyers for people who have offenses that are punishable by jail. So your case, can't put you in jail. If I wanted to for this, I could put you in jail for not coming to court, but I can't put you in jail for these offenses. So.
I'll plead guilty.
Okay. So you still don't have a license?
No, I don't.
And you've never had a license?
No.
Have you tried to get a license?
Yeah, I just need to pay all my fines.
You still live in Arraignton? Maston Avenue?
No.
Where do you live now?
It's 2739 South 5th Street.
When's the last time you talked to the B&B about getting your license?
It's been a few years.
Well, how do you live? You know, live around here, you need a license. It's not like New York where you can get on the subway.
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Huh?
I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I rely on my boyfriend and his car to get around. So.
Well, that's not good. You know what I told my daughters? There's no man that you can depend on except me, and I'm not always going to be around. So you've got to be able to take care of yourself. So you need to be independent. And you got kids, they rely on you. How old are your kids? How old are they?
3 and 5 and 13.
Oh, well, you got a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
How they, soccer and Cub Scouts and all that stuff, how do they get there?
They don't play sports yet, but...
Okay, well, there's always stuff the kids want and need to do, and you need to be able to transport them. So, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you some time. How'd you get here today?
My boyfriend.
Okay. See, you're sitting here listening to me. Okay, you heard my advice to her. Okay, it's good that you're helping her, but you can't rely on that. You got to be able to take care of yourself. I'm going to give you some time. First step, you need to call the B&B, and they have some programs now to help people get reinstated. Even if you got, every time you get one of these, you dig the hole deeper. It used to be like they just kept piling these fees on top of you, I think now they'll let you kind of like an amnesty or at least make payments or something, try to get your license. Because, you dig that hole so deep that it's impossible to get out of it. So, call them, see what you can do, then come back to court. So what's the boyfriend's name? Eric. So I want you to bring her back to court in a month or so. What's the best day for you to come back? Mondays or Fridays?
Probably Friday.
I'm asking Eric. Fridays, okay. December 29th. So that gives you more than a month. What are you going to do first?
Call the B&B.
Yeah. Okay. Ask them what you have to do to get your license back.
Okay.
So I'll set it for a sentencing hearing then. I'm going to let you sign a signature bond of $1,000. You're promising to come to court or pay $1,000 as a penalty.
Okay.
That'll be at 10 a.m. on December 29th. So even if you don't get your license back, come back to court, because if you don't show up, I got to issue a warrant for you. And you already experienced what happens then, right? You
Yeah.
go to jail, so that's not good.
Okay, thank
Jail
you.
is a place to stay out of.
Yes,
Right?
it is.
Okay, December 29th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Monique Rooks, case number CRB 23687.
It's Monique. It's okay.
And you're Miss Rooks?
Yes.
Ms. Rooks, it's alleged that at Fayette Township, November the 14th of this year, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Nicole Viglianco. So you're charged with assault. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, please.
Do you have a job?
I do, but I'm on a leave right now because of the situation.
What do you usually do?
I'm a preschool teacher. I work for Head Start.
Okay. I have to determine your gross annual income.
I make $12 an hour, and I work 5 days a week,
Okay.
32 hours a week.
Do you have any dependents? Do you have, you're a single person? You working 40 hours?
32.
Okay, you're eligible then. I'll appoint Mr. Scott to represent you.
Thank you, Judge.
welcome.
Reiterate the non-guilty plea issued a bond. She's here. Seems like she's meaningfully employed. We're fine with stay away order from the.
She has a bond up. She posted a bond, so that bond will be continued. We have, probably need to talk with someone from prosecutor's office about a protection order.
Wait outside, I'll talk to you. Don't leave yet. He'll be right behind her looking outside.
This is Miss Rooks, Monique Rooks, and it's an assault charge. Is there a protection order requested?
We will request one, Your Honor. We still, I think, need to make out the paperwork, but yes. And if
Is it a problem for you to stay away from Miss Viglianco?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to order, just so there's no allegation that something else happened while we're pending in court.
Understand. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you order to stay away from her, not go around her, don't post stuff on social media?
Yes,
I think
yes.
the lawyer would tell you that anyway.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And looking at December sometime, the 1st, 4th, 1st and 4th are good, 8th, 12th, any of those dates are working. What's good for you, Mr. Scott?
Friday. Okay. I'll give you a copy in the hallway. Okay.
I can do December 1st.
December 1st will be the next hearing. Pre-trial at 10 o'clock. December 1st, 10 o'clock is your next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Chassid Suman, case number CRA 23688, CRB 23689. Chassid Suman.
Ma'am, you are Chassid Suman?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Suckman, you got two charges, case number 688 and 689. 688 is a felony, possession of fentanyl-related compound. It alleges that at Fayette Township, November the 14th, you knowingly obtained, possessed, or used a fentanyl-related compound in an amount less than the bulk amount. So that makes it a felony 5. Maximum penalty is 1 year in jail, $2,500 fine.
When did that happen? I was charged with simple possession.
Well, it is simple possession, less than the bulk amount, not more than the bulk amount, less than the bulk amount. So that's the lowest level felony that we have, a felony 5. You're also charged with theft, that on November the 14th in Fayette Township, you tried to deprive Walmart of property. Theft offense, maximum penalty for that is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. You understand these two charges?
Yes.
You understand your rights you have as a defendant?
Yes.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a job?
No, I'm disabled. I'm going through the process of getting disability.
Okay, so you haven't been appointed or the Social Security anything
I
yet?
just got out of the hospital about 6 months ago.
Steyer?
Didn't see Tyler Smith's back here. I think Tyler's back there.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Smith, Tyler Smith. I'll appoint Tyler Smith to represent you. Have him come in the courtroom. Mr. Smith, this is Chassid Suman. She has a felony 5 possession charge and a theft offense from Walmart.
Okay.
And she has posted a bond. West Virginia address. She's applied for Social Security, so that would give you Medicare if you're successful, but you don't have it yet, correct?
I have Medicaid.
You have West Virginia Medicaid?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been to treatment before?
A long time ago.
Okay. Because usually what I do on these felony, fentanyl is so dangerous, and it's so rampant in our community. As a condition of your bond, I want you to go get some, assessment and treatment.
They have me on Medicaid, like a lot of pain medication.
Where do you get that?
It came from cattle.
So you're at Marshall Health?
Yeah. I haven't been, so I haven't got them refilled, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer her to PROACT because that's related to Marshall Health.
I have.
You live in Lavallette.
Yes.
Where do you go for your treatment? You go to Cabell or where?
To Marshall Health.
At Cabell? In that complex, Cabell Huntington Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's an associated agency that does substance use with Marshall Health called PROACT.
Sir, I don't have a substance abuse problem. I have a medical problem.
Okay, well, we want to find that out. Here's the reason. You're charged with being in possession of fentanyl. You know what's happening? People are dying from fentanyl.
I know this.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to make sure you're not going to die.
No, I know this.
So I'm going to send you to an agency that will evaluate you for a substance use problem. That's going to be a condition of your bond. And if they come back and say, no, she didn't have a problem, she didn't need any treatment, fine. Wonderful. But I would feel really bad if I just sent you on your way, and I've had this happen. Send somebody, before their next hearing, they wind up overdosing and dying. I've had that happen. And I don't want to see that happen to you. So, condition of your bond is you go to PROACT, and I want you to listen up because it's not there on Hal Greer Boulevard. It's close. You have transportation. Can you get to Huntington?
I don't know.
Well, you got here today. How'd you get here today?
My grandparents.
Okay. Well, they need to transport you here. It's 8th Avenue and 20th Street. Where the old CVS used to be, 8th Avenue and 20th Street. You go there and you can walk in. It's a walk-in clinic. And you need to be honest with them and say, well, I was charged with being in possession of fentanyl. Don't go in and say, I don't know why I'm here. I've had people do that too. I don't know why I'm here. The judge just said I had to come here. Well, they're not going to be able to help you if you're not honest about why you're there. Do that before you come back to court, and I'm looking at probably 2 weeks, the 1st. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
December 1st. So, now, I'm going to throw a lot of information at you, and are you paying attention to me? I'm not sure you are.
My feet are...
You want to sit down?
Please.
Just go ahead and sit down so you can concentrate on what I'm telling you, because this is really important. So I know you're not a lawyer, you're probably not familiar with the legal system, and some of it's, well, this ancient, it's ancient English law. We have a grand jury, and you get indicted, and there's a lot of stuff in the news now about indictments and felonies and all that. What does that mean? Well, now it means if you get a felony, you can go to prison. If you get a felony, you get convicted of it. In Ohio, it means you can go to prison. You don't want to go to prison. That's where the really tough girls are. Okay? You don't want to go there. Right? If you have a misdemeanor, one of your charges is a misdemeanor. You can only go to the county jail. You don't trust me. You don't want to go there either. Not as tough, but the circumstances are tough. It's not a great place to be. It's not a very good situation. Overcrowded. damp, old, place to avoid, which you can avoid if you do what I'm going to tell you. You're going to go get evaluated for treatment. If they tell you need treatment, you're going to go do the treatment and be successful, not use any drugs, which you say you don't use drugs. And if you got a problem, get over the problem, get clean, get in recovery. And the most serious charge, the felony, you can probably get dismissed if you'll just go to treatment and get clean. Okay? If you don't do that, if you blow this off, don't do what you're supposed to, then you're going to leave this court, go down to Ironton. You don't want to go there either. It's a lot further away for you. Go to Ironton after you get indicted by the grand jury, and then, you know, it's 50-50 chance, or you've got a risk of going to prison or not going to prison. You don't want to take that chance. So don't blow this off.
Can I ask a question? My husband.
Ask him, whisper to him. That way it's not usable against you.
We're not going to try the case today. What he's talking about is based on the bond. Take the AOD assessment. They say that's part of what we can do right before we come back on the first. So I would leave you straight there and set the thing down. Okay? Now write it down here. Take that with you. I'll since you're going to I see if they get straight to Cary, I'm 20 straight. I'm going to do that. I'll set something up. And you come back and you know what's going on. No, there's no question right now.
Okay, December 1st is her next hearing. Her bond is continued as she posted it. She's going to go to PROAC, get an assessment, tell them why she's there. She's got this felony charge. Make sure you tell them it's a felony possession charge. See you on December 1st, and hopefully we'll get a report then from PROAC.
State of Ohio versus Brittney L. Smith, case number TRD 22673A and B. Brittney Smith. Brittney Smith. All right, ma'am, you're Brittney Smith.
Yes.
The allegation is about a year ago, November 7th of 2022, you failed to appear for a sentencing hearing. And there's been a warrant outstanding since then. Did you get arrested on the warrant? Or? Okay. I see it. You were given some kind of release notice to appear?
Yeah, I came here on Wednesday because I just, I really forgot all about it with the baby and stuff coming along. I didn't even know anything about my bench warrant, so a friend had told me about it, so I came down here Wednesday and they just told me to show up today.
Okay. All right, did you get your license reinstated?
No, not yet, because I didn't know what I have to do. Like, I don't know, I didn't know what steps I have to take in order to get that done.
Call the BMV, see what they want.
So my license aren't suspended, or are they?
Well, if you haven't done anything, they were suspended back in March of 2022. That's when you got the citation. So I'm assuming they're going to still be suspended because the state just doesn't automatically reinstate. Once you're suspended, even if the suspension's over, you have to pay a reinstatement fee to get your license
So if
back.
I've already paid that, should I be okay? Because I paid the reinstatement fee, $350.
Well, we can check that and see. Just have a seat, we'll recall after I have that check to see what your status of your license.
Like if I've had it, like paid it before, it was maybe like a year, maybe a year or so ago, like would it still, would I have to pay it again, is what I'm saying? Like would I have to pay?
If you got another suspension since then.
I don't know if it'd be the same one or not, I'm not sure.
We'll check, we'll recall you after we check on it.
State of Ohio versus Bruce Mayner, case number TRC 231013, A and B.
Okay, this is Mr. Morford's case, set for a pretrial today.
There's Mr. Morford right there.
All right, Mr. Morford, this is Mr. Maynard, your client, on a pretrial. So we're going to need the prosecutor to come in the courtroom now.
Your Honor, they said they can get a report form. They don't have one with them. They had one last week and they don't have a report with them today.
For Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
The last report was he was non-compliant. He's still non-compliant?
Are you canceled? I was until I had a transportation problem. Well, we need to fix that because you're going to be canceled. And remain in clean compliance for me.
Oh, well, I think, actually, he was supposed to be here the 13th, so he's late. He was supposed to be here Monday for his pretrials. He's here today. So he's supposed to be at Bethesda for outpatient. My last report, we had a screen. He had a screen on November 5th where he was positive for cocaine and methamphetamine. So we need do we need more room?
That's the last amendment we have for here.
We're probably going to need Mr. Peel to come in.
You were the 17th, on the 7th.
Does he have a explanation for missing Monday?
Judge, he says that I wrote the wrong date down on the slip here, the reminder.
All right, this is Bruce Maynard on a OBI lifetime. He hasn't had one for a while. Well, 2014 it looks like was the last one. But 84, 91, 97, 97, 2011, 2014, and this year. As of November 5th, urine screen at Bethesda, he tested positive for cocaine and for methamphetamine. Okay, and he's non-compliant with attendance. So my feeling is we set this for trial, or he needs to enter a plea.
What do I want to do, Mr. Mayor? I'm trying to get in.
Do you need some time to talk with him about his options then?
Yes.
We'll recall this after Mr. Morford and Mr. Maynard have had a chance to talk.
Thank you.
Recall.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Oscar Cremines, case number CRA 23676, A, B, and C. Steyer's case.
This is Mr. Steyer's case set for preliminary hearing. Mr. Steyer. Okay, he's in the back, so let's call somebody that's available. Mr. Smith, Mr. Etu, Mr. Scott, you got any cases that we can do?
I have a review on felony prelim. It's a QRT case. That's all I have.
Okay, name?
Sorry, it is Timothy Keating.
Timothy Keating.
State of Ohio versus Timothy Keating, case number CRA 23-300.
This case is with QRT?
Yes, sir.
He's compliant with us, Your Honor. He's compliant with treatment as well.
Okay, very good.
Did you get the November 15th report?
I did.
Okay, I have one, okay.
Amount of pressure on it.
Yeah, I've got the 15th. Is that,
Okay.
is there another one since then? Oh, okay, yeah, this is different. It's a very good report. Good job. Well, because he's with QRT, was a couple months since his last hearing, so do you have any idea how long he'll be in treatment? He should start in June.
Yeah, he should be getting close to completing.
Okay. Want to go out into January before we come back for another hearing?
You could, Judge, yes.
How about January the 19th?
19th? Yes, I'm available.
All right, next hearing is January 19th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Good job, sir.
State of Ohio versus Marissa A. Rymer, case number CRA 23-540, A, B, and C. Marissa Rymer.
This is Mr. Scott's case set for preliminary hearing.
That's correct, Judge. Are you still up for reads? Judge, I took Ms. Reimer's felony cases up at common plea. She has arraigned on those about 2 weeks ago, all from the same transaction, act, and occurrence. Judge Pallard and the other prosecutor in the felony court asked that we waive this to the grand jury so they can all be heard up there. I have no objection to that. Ms. Reimer's in treatment, seems to be doing well in now 2 treatment facilities. So we had asked that the state waive this to the grand jury so we can take this up to the felony court.
Waive or just nolly it to the grand jury?
Well, we can nolly it.
That's fine.
Okay. Case will be nolly to the grand jury.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome.
I'll let y'all sign.
He's here.
State of Ohio versus
Hold up. I'm giving her some time to do that.
I just don't know yet. I mean, okay. I just don't know yet.
State of Ohio versus William T. Green, case number TRC 23-17-15, A, B, and C, CRB 23-686, CRB 23-692. William T. Green. This is an arraignment. William T. Green.
William Green?
Okay, William Green's been called for, has not appeared.
Is this the one that went to the grand jury?
I don't know how he got out of jail, to tell you the truth. But he did apparently, so there'll be a capias issued for failure here. the jail's overcrowded.
State of Ohio versus David M. Wynn, case number TRC 222648 A and B. Mr. Cremins' case.
All right, David Wynn is set for pretrial today.
Your Honor, if we could pass this later in the docket. He's on his way, he called from my office, said he's on his way here, and I need to have some conversations with him.
Case will be recalled later.
State of Ohio versus William Mayner, case number TRC 23671 A and B.
This is a case that was set for a motion hearing today. It's my understanding the defense wants more time to prepare.
Yes, Your Honor, if we could pick another day.
The 8th is good.
8th is good for me, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll set it for an evidence, and you want it for evidence on the 8th?
Yes, Your Honor.
December 8th, motion hearing for evidence at 12 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Brittney Lively, case number TRC 23799 A and B. Is Mr. McCown.
All right, this is Mr. McCown's case set for pretrial today.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
If it please the court, it's my understanding after speaking with Mr. Keel that he would like the opportunity to go back and review the video. There may or may not be a chance of resolving this matter, but we want to see that first. So,
okay.
If we could do a pretrial for December 1.
That would be fine. Case will be continued for another pretrial December 1st at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, and that time waiver would be against us, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you do an entry? Can you do an entry on tomorrow?
Yeah. You got one, I'll sign.
State of Ohio recalls Brittney Lively, case number PRD 22673 A and B.
Oh, we got a new case?
Excuse me, Brittney L. Smith.
It's on the way, Your Honor.
Well, but do we know what the statute was? Well, I really want to know the current statute. Okay, the only suspensions you have are from this court, so you don't have another suspension from the state of Ohio. All right, so here's the problem. I mean, this is so old now, he failed to appear. Well, did you have insurance back when you got this citation back in March of 20?
I did, I just didn't have proof of it on me.
You still have the same insurance company?
I don't, but I probably could get documentation of that, maybe. My cousin had it on her.
Was it her car?
No, it was mine.
Okay.
But she,
Okay, you've never been sentenced on this. Here's the problem. If I send this in the current state that it's in to the B&B, because it's still just pending because you didn't show up. The officer checked the box on your citation saying no proof of insurance. So when the B&B gets that, they're going to suspend you, so you'll get a suspension. Can you bring me proof that you had insurance on March 14th, 2022? March 14th, 2022. So if your cousin had either the card that was in effect then, or if they have a local agent, they can go to them and get something to say, yeah, they had coverage then.
Yeah, because she's the one that was taking care of like my insurance and stuff at that time, so.
But it was your car?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it really falls to you then to have the proof. Was she paying for it or how?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. Between the two of you, you got to come up with some proof of insurance.
Okay, so if I do have it, bring it back in, but what if she didn't have it that day, or how's that gonna, we'll figure that out next time, or?
Yeah, we'll figure that out next time, because if I go ahead and process it, sentence you, then you're going to get a suspension.
Okay.
Not from me. You are currently suspended for me for not showing up.
Okay.
But the B&B hasn't suspended you because they don't even know. Only thing they would know is that you didn't show up for court. They don't know that you didn't have proof of insurance.
Okay.
But they'll find it out as soon as I process this.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm holding off processing it. If you can show me proof that you did have insurance,
okay,
then we can go ahead and finish it, and it won't cause you a problem with your license.
Okay.
So let's go out at least a month to try to figure that out.
Okay.
Are you working?
No, not at the moment.
So you can come Monday or Friday? Right?
Yeah.
December 29th, and I'll make it a sentencing hearing at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll cancel, you did have a warrant, I'll cancel the warrant that had been issued.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good luck.
State of Ohio, John G. Atkinson, case number TRC 231512, A and B.
Mr. Each's case, so this is actually, I don't think he's been arraigned yet, has he? Or?
I don't think so, Your Honor. I think there was some miscommunication on his initial court date. The court issued a warrant. We moved to recall it, and the court was willing to do so.
Okay. Do you want to waive?
Absolutely, Your Honor. He wants to enter a plea of not guilty.
All right. Waive arraignment, not guilty plea is entered. So set it for a pretrial?
That's fine, Your Honor. I looked at December 8th or the 15th. I have no preference.
Either of those work. December 8th, we'll set it for a pretrial at 10 o'clock. He can sign a $1,000 OR bond.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's got to have him. That's just a recognizance bond. It said you would come back. If you didn't, you would have to pay $1,000. And I'll be in touch. You're free to go.
State of Ohio versus Amber Kelly, case number TRC 231026, A, B, C, and D.
This is also Mr. Each's case set for pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hield and I have been discussing this case for some time now. I've got my motions filed. I don't believe that we have an exact agreement at this time, but I anticipate being able to resolve the case. But I think I'd ask the court for a motion hearing at this time.
Okay.
Any of those dates, 8/15 is really not a time issue in this case. The court's granted her occupational driving privileges. She's enrolled in treatment. So if you want to go to the first of the year, I would not have a problem with that, and of course would accept time.
Let's get into have a little age on it. Why don't we do, you can do the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Let's do December 15th at noon.
I'm sorry?
At noon for evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You know, one thing is that until I can talk to the trooper and make sure that he's not wanted in some other court that day or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, file a motion to continue if that's the case, or if you can get an agreement, an agreed entry. December 15th at 12 p.m. for motion hearing for evidence.
Thank you.
Mike, who is this?
Amber Kelly.
State of Ohio versus William B. Hall Jr., case number CRB 23204 and CRB 23229.
This is Mr. Smith's case today for pretrial.
Who is this?
William Hall Jr.
That video doesn't get any bigger than that little black square. Okay. Your Honor, this is a matter in which Mr. Smith was going to get me some evidence from...
This is a different case. This is
Oh, different case, I'm sorry.
William Hall, this is domestic violence violation.
Okay. He was incarcerated previously.
Yes.
He has a bond up now for failure to appear.
And we were here back in April, and I don't guess we've been here since then, and we learned at that time he was incarcerated.
I guess he got arraigned Monday.
I wasn't aware that he was.
Here, I think, so I said it for today. But he does have the bond up now. Looks like there's a domestic and a protection order issue.
Right. That's what I have. I just want to make sure that when he was arraigned, he didn't have any new charges as well. So it was just the failure to appear. He did 8 months. And
I didn't see anything in those. So, Your Honor, we would be able to make an offer to resolve this today if Mr. Hall is agreeable. We would ask for a suspended jail sentence of 30 days and anger management counseling if he were to plead guilty to the charges. And probation, of course.
so you want to set like sentencing? I mean, because if you want anger management, don't you want to?
Yeah, we can do
I
that.
just want to know.
Have him plead and come back for sentencing at a later date after he's completed anger management counseling. He's willing to do that.
It's 30 days suspended. You'll have 30 days suspended sentence as long as you get anger management. Successfully completed. Set sentencing now. Let's see how it's. Okay. No, I believe that he'll change his plea today based on the recommendation of the state. We ask the court to adopt the recommendation. Well, I guess we'll set a sentencing date.
So that'll be to both charges, the domestic and the violation of protection order?
That would be our recommendation, Your Honor.
He's agreeable to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you agree with that, Mr. Hall?
I do.
How do you pay for medical services, sir?
I'm on Care Source.
Okay. And you live where?
11123 County Road 1, just right down the road.
Okay, so RRS would be closest to here in Village of Chesapeake?
Yeah.
Mr. Gwynn is here from their agency. I want you to talk with him, get it set up, where you're going to go to some anger management counseling.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
If you successfully complete that, then I'm going to give you no jail time, suspended jail time. One thing you need to realize, it hasn't been said, if you plead to domestic, that's one of the few, there's a few kind of charges that stay with you forever. An OVI is another one, operating vehicle intoxication. It never goes off your record and you can't expunge it. Well, if you don't get another one, it's not that big a deal. But if you get another one, just like with an OVI, each time it's like a ladder. You keep climbing the ladder. You're subject to more punishment each time you get one. So if you get this domestic violence and you get another one down the road, it could be a higher level of offense because you have the history of a prior one. You understand that?
I do.
And you're still willing to do it?
I am.
Okay. All right, so we need to set a sentencing hearing. I think we'll go with everything that's happening with holidays and so forth. I think it makes sense maybe to go into January.
That's fine, Your Honor.
January 19th. That's a Friday.
That's fine, Your Honor.
January 19th for sentencing. And I believe he now has a bond up, he does. So, okay, that'll continue, his bonds continue. Sentencing hearing January 19th, speak with Mr. Gwynn, do what they tell you to do, when they tell you to do it. Be back here, get a good report, decide how we're going to proceed then on January 19th.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hash, are you here as a special prosecutor or in some other?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have Mr. Mount's case set for today.
Oh, okay. So we can work on it right now?
Sure.
State of Ohio versus Ryan Mount, case number TRD 21-1476 A, B, and C, TRD 20-2139
I don't see Mr. Mount. Is he not?
Your Honor, it's our understanding he may be in prison. I just got that information, so I'm going to pull up the offender search and see if I can confirm that.
I don't know that as a fact.
That's too bad. From our county? He went from our county?
From Common Pleas Court.
Yeah, but from our county, from Common Pleas.
Yes. Now, this is not loading quickly, but it's loading.
That's disappointing.
I agree.
I was hoping he was getting his act together. He had a lot of potential.
Well, this is the first I've heard of it, so we may be.
Well, you want to check on it and then we'll recall it?
Yeah, I'll check on it, see what I can find out.
If you got any,
I've got the prison website on. There he is.
He's on the prison website.
Yep, he's there.
That's him, all
Judge
right.
Ballard.
Judge Ballard.
You know what?
2 years.
2 years.
Well, it's 2 years.
Expected release date is listed as 8/30/27.
That's him.
So.
It's 2 years, 2 years. He's in London. He's in London. 2 years, 2 years, they're consecutive.
Right, so looks like he's been gone for a while now, Your Honor.
How do you want to handle what's here then?
I think we're here on a bunch of review matters. I'm not sure if you'd be considered completed by jail time at this point.
I'm okay with that, if that's what you want to do.
That's fine.
All right, his cases in this quarter are completed by jail time.
Your Honor, can you look at the screen at TRD 21-1476?
Okay, you can just dismiss it.
Okay.
So everything here will be completed or dismissed. He had a case of had not pled.
Oh, I didn't realize he had anything left that was unpled at this point.
Violation of protection.
Okay.
So everything here is concluded, one way or the other, by jail or just outright dismissal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Michael H. Tracy, case number CRB 23-548.
This is Mr. Smith's case set for pretrial.
Because my grandfather's computer shut down, and that was all I had that I could try to upload it onto a flash drive.
We need to do something because he can't open it other than it's what's a little time frame. He must be able to watch it again. So basically, a trial.
Oh, yeah, I don't care. I'll put it on the screen.
I know, but I'm saying you'd have to produce it against the offending complaints, and they take the trial. I don't want that.
Honestly, I don't know. This just needs to end, man.
Your Honor, this is the case in which Mr. Smith sent me a video file that Mr. Tracy, I believe, feels is exculpatory for him. And what came through to me was not usable. It wouldn't expand beyond a box about a quarter of an inch square. But I think that maybe they can get us something that I can actually see and hear better. And we'd be happy to make sure we had that before we decide how we're going to proceed.
I can send the pictures, the only thing, the video, the only way I can get it is through text from his phone. It's too long, it says, for me to convert to an email, so it's just going to email it. But evidently, mine does the same thing. You can't open up, expand it. It's small on there. So I think, yeah.
Telegram? Do you have Telegram?
No.
That's a file sharing app that allows you to send longer, bigger files.
I could try that. That's fine. But I don't know if we need to, if you want to set a formal pre-trial and set a trial date too while we're here.
And that's fine.
Sir, back in the back. You just made it worse.
How?
I heard you. It's good. I'll see you later in the docket.
Your Honor, I would like to see if Ms. Campbell's here, our alleged victim.
Hannah Campbell, come into court.
Okay. We weren't sure she was going to be here. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
State of Ohio versus Andrew Curry, case number CRA 23464, A, B, and C, CRB 23463.
Andrew Curry is represented by Mr. Steyer. It's on the docket today as a pretrial. If you have a report. Okay. I think you asked for time to try to get it in today.
Your Honor, I got a phone call from a phone number I have associated with him with someone purporting to be his fiance saying he is on 5 miles, broke down. So he is not here, obviously. I'm going to ask for another continuance on that basis, and you and the state can determine whether you're going to accept that or not.
Mr. Hill, what's your position?
Well, where is he broke down?
It says on 5 miles. Well, I haven't listened. The phone call came while I was back talking to Mr. Liu through the interpreter, and they left a voicemail, and the transcription of the voicemail says 5 miles, but I'm assuming there's 5 miles of road, is it not? So apparently he's broken down on 5 Mile. I don't know where 5 Mile is.
Well, but he's left treatment.
Yes.
So, we've got a possession and an open dumping that are felonies.
Remember, this is I got to repeat this lyric. My woman got paid today, and I'm out here.
I do remember that, Your Honor, and I think that the common police court should have the opportunity to be regaled by the same explanation.
My only thought on that, Your Honor, is that not everything that is here can go to the common police court, I believe. I think there are some matters that are either misdemeanors or misdemeanors that are unrelated. I'm not certain of that.
He's got a bunch. He's got a bunch of cases.
So
I'm sure that's a pretty safe bet.
If we're here anyway, perhaps we could just keep things here until we get him back.
You convince me.
Okay, so I take that to mean you want a warrant in 7 days if he hasn't appeared. That gives him another week to get off the 5 Mile into the court.
Thank you.
Okay, he'll get a warrant if he hasn't appeared within the next 7 days.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Regina Hudson, case number TRC 231382, A and B, and TRB 23581.
This one got handled with Cary, so it was always happening. Regina Hudson is Mr. Steyer's case set for pretrial.
Yes, and Ms. Hudson is hard of hearing. Ms. Dalrymple is gonna, if the court leaves the court, is gonna help her understand what's going on in terms of hearing. My understanding, though, from this discussion this morning is that the state does not have the urine screen result back yet, so I would assume the state would like a continuance of a period of time at the state's choosing.
Our 90 days is up on December the 13th, so we'd like to have, well, I'll tell you what, if you have other cases you're here for.
Today?
Yeah.
I'm here for a while.
Could we make sure that it hasn't come in today?
Call and see.
Yes.
Okay, we'll recall this one to see if the results have come in yet. So the case will be recalled later in the document.
So you're gonna come back later. You're gonna sit around for a few minutes and come back. Just wait here for now.
State of Ohio versus Franklin Petty, case number TRC 231427, A, B, and C.
This is Mr. Steyer's case set for pretrial.
Your Honor, I'm gonna be the one requesting continuance on this one. Discovery matters ongoing. If I could have I don't know what the court's upcoming calendar's like. We would waive time constraints, so
Pretty
just.
much in December, the court's open.
Okay, I'm here already on the 4th. Well, let me see, I'm pretty heavy on the 4th already, let's see. Can we go to the 8th, Your Honor?
Yes. December 8th for
Write that
pretrial.
down.
At defendant's request.
10 o'clock. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus John Riggs, case number CRD 23528. John Riggs.
Mr. Riggs is here. So we did a screen today, what's it gonna show?
Well, I went and seen my PO in Greenup Wednesday, and he tested me again, and it was positive for, I think, 2 things. Well, Suboxone, I'm on Suboxone, but it was still positive for the meth. And I told him about having to come back here today and about treatment and stuff like that. He said there's a place, he gave me a number to a girl called the Ramey House in Kentucky to get a hold of her, and I did, but it's like a 6-month-long program, inpatient, and she's waiting for a bed over there. Unless you want me to go to OVP, but it's just trouble where it's out of state, so I'm just waiting. The girl's name's Marie Bates from that place, and I'm just waiting to, it might be clean, but marijuana's probably still in there. And,
And I've never heard back from this parole officer. I've made multiple phone calls. They've never called me back.
Wow. Well, that's not good. What's your charge in Kentucky? Drug related?
TIBA, theft, unlawful taking under 1,000.
So it's a theft offense there?
Theft, yeah. I've got another year on parole. Oh, and he's making me I gotta call in every day and do pretrial drug testing, and if my caller comes up, I gotta test. And I don't know how many times, I don't know what that consists of yet. I just got signed up for it, so I have to do.
What's the name of your parole officer?
Tyler Phillips.
Childers?
Phillips.
Phillips.
Yeah.
Phillips, okay, I see we got the phone number. 606-547-8735.
He told me just to keep him posted on what you decided, and at the latest, call him Monday morning to...
Can you try to call this guy? Let me put it on file here.
I got the office.
His phone number. Okay, go with Mr. Cooper. He'll try to get in touch with him. Let's try to coordinate with him so we can get somebody to talk to us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Joseph D. Whaley, case number CRB 23-419, CRB 23-521 A and B, CRB 17-133, CRB 17-170.
Mr. Steyer's case set for pretrial.
Your Honor, Mr. Whaley wasn't here recently. We're back here today. I don't have his file, and I doubt the state has the file today.
I came in Friday and they told me, or last week some point, and she told me to show up Friday. I had it mixed up with court in Ironton for him.
I've represented him in a case in Ironton too, so I think there was some confusion
It
on
was
the
set
dates.
November 6th, so that's a Monday. Week ago Monday.
Right. So at this point, I would probably ask for a continuance to a new date so that I can have my file with me and more intelligently pre-try the case if the state doesn't object to that.
We don't object, but we could get the file if you all want to talk about it today. Either way, it's fine with us.
Well, if you have the file here, that's fine. I don't care. Okay. Well, in that case, let's have this recalled.
Okay, we'll recall it after Senate and state have a conversation. So recall it later in the document. Is that what you still want to do, Mr. Steyer?
Well, he'd like to come back another day, Your Honor. That's fine, I understand. I got you. So just
20th is not good.
Can I ask if Mondays or Fridays are better for you right now?
Right now, probably Mondays.
Okay, so if we could stick with a Monday, if it's possible, Your Honor.
Probably going to be December 4th.
I'm here the 4th.
Okay, defendant's request cases continue to December 4th for pre-trials on all cases.
Thank you.
Luke, I don't have the case numbers.
I don't either. I can go through them if you want.
If you could, Your Honor, I'll write them down here.
23-419.
Is it CRB?
B 419.
419.
CRB 23-521. CRB, these are all cases that were reviews or sentencing. CRB 17-133. CRB 17-170.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Taylor Bryan, case number CRB 23-112. Taylor Bryan.
Taylor Bryan.
Taylor Bryan.
Come into court. set for review, case number 23112, 2112 have been set for review on November 3rd. Celeste, Ms. Bryan was not here on that day. And therefore, a warrant got issued. And now she's here today, November 17th. Do you admit or deny you missed your hearing on November 3rd?
Yes, I missed it.
Do you have an explanation for missing?
Yeah, I was actually at work and I didn't realize that it was that day until later that evening.
Okay. Why did it take you 2 weeks to come in?
Well, I came in last week, but you guys were closed.
Came on the
Veterans Day?
10th.
Yeah,
That was Veterans Day.
yeah.
Okay. You still have fines to pay. You still have some community service left, too.
Yeah.
When can you do community service?
I haven't got my work schedule yet, but I'll do a day at least this week on my day off.
Monday you'll be here?
I don't know if I'm off Monday. I don't know what day I'm off.
How about tomorrow? Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah, I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't know about Monday, though.
Can you make a payment on your fines today?
No, but I will when I get paid.
Okay. I'll set you for another hearing, December the 4th. December 4th, 9 o'clock. Cancel the warrant. That'll be your next review hearing.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Oscar Cremines, case number CRA 23676, A, B, and C.
Okay, this is the fellow that we did bring out before. Mr. Steyer was on visit with his other client.
Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Cremines. He is interested in treatment. He's a veteran. I've spoken to Ms. Dement from OBP, and she has made arrangements. They can take him in a bed. They have an inpatient bed for him that is payable through the VA. They can take him today. And Mr. Field had indicated that if he was willing to go into inpatient treatment, that there'd be a possibility of an OR bond. So if Mr. Field's satisfied with what we come up with, we would then in turn be willing to waive this right to preliminary.
Okay, so it is going to go on to your end.
It is, Your Honor, and there's a co-defendant in this, Nancy Day.
I think she's out on bond, isn't she?
No, she's in jail.
She's in jail too?
I mean, I didn't make any inquiries on her behalf, obviously. I don't know who her attorney is.
That's Mr. Morford.
Okay. But you're agreeable with Mr. Cremines going on?
Yes, well, hopefully both of them, we're prepared to do whatever, but.
All right, so are you going to, do you want to waive them to the grand jury, or if I give him an OR bond?
Well, I got this on that microphone. If we're okay with waiving, we're okay with an all at this point, and he's going to get out. I think a waiver is more to his benefit with an OR bond.
Yeah, because then he comes there with a good bond if he shows up. The state's agreeable with that.
We would prefer that even, yes.
All right, I'll change it to a $10,000 signature bond. He'll be released in custody of OBP only for inpatient treatment. The case is waived to the grand jury. So there's no request for an ankle monitor or anything like that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Cremines, you're going to be going to OVP. They're going to pick you up. This is going to be right down the road here where you're going to go for treatment. You can walk out of there if you want, but your case is going to the grand jury. You'll get indicted. And then there's no place you can really go other than a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty. So eventually you're going to come back to court, and that's not going to look good. On the felony, you can go to prison on this. So if you want to try to not go to prison, your best chance of that, I think Mr. Steyer, we can talk to him later. You don't have to ask him now. I think he would agree with me to come into court down in Ironton with this really glowing report from the treatment agency, how well you've done, that they think you're on your way to recovery and you're going to be clean and sober, that's your best bet to stay out of prison.
And I would agree with that.
So, your best bet to go to prison is to blow it off or leave or ignore it, do bad. Then that ups the ante that you're probably going to go on to prison once they get a hold of you. Now, you might get a few weeks out and about, but eventually you're going to get had. Okay, so he'll be released to OVP this afternoon for inpatient treatment.
Yes.
His case is transferred, waived down to the grand jury on an OR bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good luck, sir. Take advantage of your opportunity.
State of Ohio versus Cory Frasier, case number CRB 141129, CRB 11574.
This is on a review, old review. $14, $11.29, and $11.574. You got two cases in this course, two theft offenses. And it's alleged that you did not show up for a review hearing on December 22nd of 2014 on these cases, and the warrants have been laying out there for you all this time, and somehow you got snagged on it. So that's why you're here, for failure to appear on a review. Do you understand that? Do you admit or deny you failed to come to your hearings? Do you have an explanation for not coming to your hearings? Okay. What's going on with you now? You still live in Ashland?
Yeah, I'm Jeremy Mayner.
That sounds like a pretty good job. Oh, okay. How did you get snagged on this warrant?
I was keeping my hand around at Walmart. They do a Black Friday shopping, free Black Friday shopping.
And
They pulled me out.
for speeding or what?
They said I had to come home, they wanted to be here, you know, that's nothing, they wanted to come here.
Okay.
It really was.
When did that happen?
That was that, Tuesday.
Tuesday, so you've been in court since, or been in jail since Tuesday? Well, from what I'm looking at here, you didn't do anything you were ordered to do, did you?
It was, work program,
Well, you had community service, you had a fine, you had court costs. But it looks like, from what I see, from the record, you didn't do any community service and you didn't pay anything on your fines, did you? What's your address now?
It's 2422 Monroe Street, Ashland.
Okay, so you moved. You used to be at 1606 West Cross Street. Okay, well, on this last case I gave you, you had 30 days in jail, 14 suspended. So you did some jail time on that last case. Do you want to do the community service, or do you just want to spend another 14 days in jail? How do I know you'll do it? Your work? I don't know how much your word's worth, because you haven't done anything else yet that you were supposed to do. Give me your address. What's your current address now?
2422 Monroe Street.
Okay.
I'll do this time.
Well, you're on your way to Walmart, so that's, I'm going to have you do a urine screen, see what that shows, and then I'll decide what I'm going to do with you. It seems like just about 80% of the people that are at Walmart that I see here are dirty. So I don't know if you are or not, but we're going to find out. I'm going to have you do a urine screen. That'll inform my thinking on what your sentence should be. So I'll recall you after you do your urine screen.
State of Ohio versus Amanda Harrington, Case number CRV 23-690.
Amanda Harrington is in custody, and this is her arraignment hearing. Speaking of Walmart theft cases. Ma'am, are you Amanda Harrington?
Yes.
Ms. Harrington, it's alleged that on November the 14th of this year in Fayette Township at the Walmart in South Point, you tried to obtain property from them without their consent. That's a theft charge. The maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you do make statements, it's all on the record. It can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
How do you want to plead to this theft charge? You want a lawyer appointed?
Yes.
Do you work?
No.
And you live in Huntington?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Steyer, I thought you were going to work. Is Mr. Steyer?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll appoint Mr. Steyer to represent you. Enter a not guilty plea. I'll set bond at $1,000 cash or surety. Do you think you can post bond?
Sure.
Are you going to be here Wednesday?
Can be, is there
You can appear by teleconference if you want.
indication of why she was arrested, Your Honor? She decided in.
No? I mean, just, all I see is what's in the affidavit. She's got an out-of-state address. It's kind of strange.
Your Honor, I
Yeah,
got on all this.
Well, I'm not going to give it to her because I don't think she'll come back.
Your Honor, there's also an indication here in this report that she was found in possession of what appeared to be fentanyl.
Oh, is that going to be
And it
charged
was
then?
field tested for fentanyl. Well, it probably will be, yeah. In fact,
Is that coming?
I'll have to look and see why we haven't charged that yet, but I don't know that we have an affidavit for it. This was
14.
yeah. What we, she's been in jail, this is the third day in jail already, so if Mr. Steyer would maybe have an opportunity to speak with her about a creative solution to this, keeping in mind what's alleged anyway, as a way to resolve this today in some way. We don't have to, but if you wanted to, we'd be willing.
I'm happy to talk to her about that.
Okay. You want to have it recalled then?
Maybe have this recalled.
Be recalled later in the docket. Are you going to file that felony?
Well, I don't have an affidavit for it right now, and so I'd have to look into why we don't, or.
Well, I would prefer you do, because for me to meaningfully send her to treatment, I need the felony charge filed.
Understand.
Okay, the case will be recalled.
State of Ohio versus James A. McAllery, Jr. Case number CRA 23675, A, B, and C.
Your Honor, we're going to take testimony on that one, so we want to do that now, past that.
We'll recall it later in the docket.
Somebody is.
McAllery. She's going to recall.
State of Ohio versus Christopher Haverly, Case number CRB 23691, CRC 191630 A, B, and C, CRD 23418. Christopher Hagelin.
And let's see. I believe, well, he has some other pending cases. I think they are all resolved. He doesn't have counsel pending. You're Christopher Haberlin?
Yes.
Mr. Haberlin, it's alleged that on November 16th, we don't have, I don't see a township alleged. Do you? Mr. Healy?
I'm looking, Your Honor.
Fayette's in the affidavit.
So that we move to amend that to include Fayette.
Okay, I'll insert Fayette. It's jurisdictional. There has to be an allegation of what township it occurred in. So I'll allow the amendment of the complaint to allege this happened in Fayette Township, Lawrence County, on November 16th, that you caused Ashley Ramey to believe you would cause physical harm to her person or property. That's a menacing charge. It's a 4th degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty, 30 days in jail, $250 fine. And looking at the affidavit, it looks like this could be another case where there could be additional charges filed. Will there be additional charges?
I don't have anything, an affidavit from a law enforcement officer at this time. It's possible that it will. I also noticed, Your Honor, it looks to me like we've got a warrant from Anderson County, Tennessee.
I don't have that yet.
Oh, it's a misdemeanor. Well, the allegations in this are pretty troubling, even at the current charge. And it sounds as if perhaps this is a situation where there's an overdose involved.
Yes.
So, I mean, our belief is that at this point...
Sir, have a seat. Have a seat.
We understand there's a history of drug abuse involved in this. So we would ask for a cash or surety bond, and if he were to be released to some sort of treatment, we'd want there to be a GPS involved too, and a protection order.
We had failed. Okay, let's finish this. So there could be additional charges. You're not sure. So you're charged, Mr. Haberlin, with menacing. There may be additional charges coming related to that. The maximum penalty for this menacing charge is 30 days in jail, $250 fine. It's also alleged that in case number 19-1630, you failed to appear for a sentencing hearing on April 28th of 23. That was on an OBI charge. And there's also allegation that you failed to appear May 23rd on a non-jailable traffic offense, failure to reinstate their driving privileges. So those are the three matters. That last one was case number 23418. You have the money to hire a lawyer? Are you working? Where do you work? Paid by the hour? How much per hour? 10? Okay, you're eligible for court appointed counsel. Mr. Morford had represented you previously, so I'm going to appoint him. I'm going to set bond at $2,500 because of the prior miss. $2,500 cash or surety. That'll cover all his cases with a protection order to stay away from Miss Ramey. We need, and Mr. Morford is in here. December 1st, Mr. Morford? December 1st for pretrial on all these cases.
State of Ohio versus Nancy Day, case number CRA 23678, AB in the city. It's also a Wilkins case.
Yes. Nancy Day.
Once you're reading these,
This is a companion case to the, I think it was Ranger case. He is going to OVP.
who is this, Your Honor?
Nancy Day.
Oh, yeah. So, yes, Your Honor, and we would make the same proposal for Ms. Day.
Probably needs to go to a different facility, though.
I would say yes.
Is that something she's interested in?
I'm not sure what that,
To go to the treatment.
And waive to the grand jury.
Waive to the grand jury. What's your medical pay source? How do you pay for medical care? Yeah, Medicaid, Ohio Medicaid. All right, I need female bed other than OPP. Bethesda, is there any up first? So I'm going to have someone talk to you from Bethesda. I think she's going to qualify. I want to talk to her first, and then we'll recall it to finalize the terms of bond. So you're going to talk to someone from a treatment provider. I'm going to throw a lot of information at you here, so try to follow this. Your case is going on to the grand jury. You are going to go down to another court, but you're going to start treatment. The best thing for your case is to show up at the common police court with good reports from a treatment agency. That stands you in the best stead to not go to prison. You do not want to go to prison, do you? No. Well, you could go to prison on these charges. These are felony charges, which is subject, the judge down there can send you to prison if they decide that is a fair result. If you come in with bad reports or leave treatment and they have to go out and nab you and bring you back, that pretty much guarantees you are going to go to prison. But if you come in with good reports from treatment and convince the judge you're going to get clean and stay clean, well, there's a heck of a lot of people that are not coming in with that kind of report, and the chances that they divert you out of the prison system is pretty high, because there's lots of people already in prison. And if you got a way to stay out of there, you should take advantage of it. So, bottom line is, you need to take this serious, do what they tell you to do, when they tell you to do it, how they tell you to do it, not cause trouble, and come into the court in Ironton with good reports from the treatment agency. That makes a lot of difference. Do you agree or disagree with that, Mr. Morford?
Oh, absolutely, Judge.
Okay.
That's my first piece of advice, get in treatment and remain CNC, clean and compliant.
Okay, so this is going to be waived or not waived to the grand jury? The other benefit of this, see, you went from a $10,000 cash or surety bond where you would have to post bonds to secure your appearance. I'm giving you a signature bond now. So if you do everything you're supposed to and then show up down in common pleas, you've got the best bond you can possibly get. If you blow it off, I have people do this. Send them to treatment. They stay a couple of days and say, I don't like this, I'm leaving. You're not going to get an OR bond then. You're going to get probably a higher bond. And you wind up sitting in jail before you go to prison, perhaps. So do what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to do it, how you're supposed to do it, and that's the best possible result. And get clean, and stay clean, and work on that. That's got to be job number one going forward. Okay? Good luck. Her case is waived to the grand jury on a $10,000 signature bond. And she'll be picked up by Bethesda. Well, we're going to confirm that. If there's a problem, you'll let me know. I'm assuming that you're going to qualify. If she doesn't, then we need to bring it back in court. You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kenneth Roberts, case number CRB 23142.
All right, Kenneth Roberts was arrested on a warrant for failure to appear at sentencing. He had been at Bethesda. All right, here, Mr. Roberts. Your attorney, Mr. Stratton's not here today, I don't think. Okay, so you, it's alleged, did not appear for a sentencing hearing September 5th. So I'm going to continue your case until Monday, November 20th.
Can I say something?
You can. It's all on the record. It can be used against you. Do you understand?
I have a drug problem. You probably know from the day one. I don't have an anger problem, I have a drug problem.
Okay.
I need help.
You were at Bethesda at one point, or at least you were evaluated by them. You want to talk with them again, or you want to go to a different facility? Well, they've got a representative that's already in the back talking to somebody else, so I'll let you talk to them too. And then after you do that, we'll come back in court and finalize things.
State of Ohio recalls Nancy Day, case number CRA 23678 A, B, and C.
What? Oh, okay. Bethesda can't take her, they don't have a female bed. So, hometown, okay. You want to talk, let's have her talk with, all right. Let's have you talk to Ms. Day, and then we'll bring it back out. So I'll recall it later in the docket.
Thank you, Judge.
Make sure she is accepted.
State of Ohio recalls Amanda Harrington, case number CRB 23690.
All right, so this is a recall, Mr. Steyer.
It is, Your Honor. I took a look at the state's file in Miss Harrington and saw paperwork that Mr. Hill looked at. It appears she was arrested with another individual, and the alleged fentanyl was found in the other individual's purse. So there's not going to be any further charging against Miss Harrington. She is willing to enter a guilty plea today based on the state's agreement that they would agree that she be sentenced to her jail time. She be given credit for that she's been at this point. So it would be, I guess, 10 days in jail, with 7 suspended and credit for 3, with a fine and an order to stay out of Walmart's. I don't know if the state and the court would agree to allow to discount the community service on the basis that she has already served 3 days in jail, but I would leave that to the court's discretion. I told her that if we were going to do this, there would still be a urine screen taken, and that if she was clean, that we'd probably be satisfied with it. If she wasn't clean, there would be an order as part of her probation, and also there would probably likely be a longer amount of time held over her head in terms of like 6 months suspended rather than 10 days, and that she would be required to undertake drug and alcohol assessment and follow-up care.
Mr. Hill.
That pretty well sums it up, Your Honor. We want to make sure, first of all, we anticipated that the court would order a drug screen and then go from there. She's in her 3rd day in jail, so we felt that that was enough jail time.
Harrington, do you understand your attorney saying you want to change your plea to guilty to this theft offense? Do you understand that? Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. And my typical on these Walmart theft offenses is to require a urine screen, because I'm going to estimate 80% of the people that I screen are dirty. So go do a urine screen. If you're dirty, I'm going to require you to do treatment. If you're not, I won't require treatment, obviously. So go do a urine screen, come back, I'll sentence you after you do your urine screen.
State of Ohio versus Christopher L. McGee, case number CRB 23683.
McGee is here today for sentencing. He pled guilty Monday, ordered him to do a urine screen. He said he could not do one, so I continued the sentencing until today. So he's been in jail this week. State take any position further on the sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
You think you can give a screen today? Yes, sir. Because there's some things that stay in your system for a pretty long time. So I'm going to let you.
I've been waiting just before.
Okay. Go do the screen. I'll have you back after you do the screen. There's some things I'm going to miss, but we'll see what it shows.
State of Ohio recalls Oscar Cremines, case number TRG 2010-40, TRC 193082, A and B.
All right, Mr. Cremines also, he has some old cases that apparently escaped notice before. 20-1040 was a, no. It was a driving under suspension from June of 2020 that had been pending. He was allowed to try to get it straightened out, and he failed to appear.
So this has not been wrapped up?
Correct. He failed to appear on December 3rd of 2021. He also had an OVI. He did get sentenced on that, and Celeste, he failed to appear at the same time for a review hearing. Got warrants on both of these. So these had warrants outstanding.
What does he have remaining on the OVI, Your Honor?
The only thing he's done, he made a $20 payment on February 14th of 20.
Is there a requirement of the OVI school?
Yes, I'm sure there is, but I would probably waive that if he is successful in long-term treatment.
What I would ask you, Your Honor, is, has he been arraigned on the other matter?
Yes, he's been arraigned on both.
Am I appointed to those then?
I'll appoint you.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the warrants and let's just let him pen while he goes to treatment.
Okay, if we set a date back, that would be probably.
What did I set him to come back on?
We didn't set him to come back, we didn't wait for the grand jury on that.
Oh, okay. That's okay, because he's not coming back on that case. He's going to go to common pleas on that.
So
let's make it maybe a month or so.
He's going to OVP as a 30-day inpatient program, so I would suggest we come back in about 3 weeks if we can, so we can see him before he's anticipated to graduate. And
December 8th.
3 weeks is December 8th, yeah.
All right, his next hearing on these matters, 20-1040, 1930-82 is December 8th, and that will be on 20-1040 is a pretrial, and on 1930-82 is a pretrial and review, because he'd already pled on it. He just had stuff he's never done that he was ordered to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. You still need to focus on your treatment and get good reports, but I'm going to see you now, December 8th, you're going to be coming back here.
State of Ohio recalls David M. Wynn, case number TRC 222648A.
Okay, this court entered an order, well, Ohio would call it a judgment. I put my West Virginia lawyer's hat on and call it an order. It's a judgment entry here. I noticed Judge Ballard puts on things called orders, especially from his West Virginia days. We don't call them orders out here, we call them judgment orders. October 31st, so this is set for a pretrial.
Correct, Your Honor. After going over, speaking with Mr. Heald and going over the judgment entry with my client, he intends to enter a no contest plea in this matter, Your Honor. And I believe the state is seeking essentially minimum penalties.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Wynn?
Yes.
You wish to enter a no contest plea, you have a right to make a statement. If you want to, before I sentence you, you don't have to. Do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Does the state have a recommended sentence?
Well, Your Honor, this is a first offense, and the breadth score was .125. And so we understand that the court kind of has a scale for the fine based on that. We would not be opposed to a suspended jail sentence and have Mr. Wynn take part in the DIP program, 6-month driver's license suspension, order of probation. I don't know if I'm missing anything.
Mr. Cremines, anything you wish to say?
Your Honor, we have no opposition to what the state has recommended. We'd ask the court adopt that recommendation by the state.
Okay, on the fine, I'll put a $600 fine. Order the court costs to be paid. 6-month license suspension, so your suspension is going to be up now. But you still have to get reinstated, so you need to contact the DMV and they'll have a reinstatement fee for you to pay. You can't just assume they'll automatically reinstate you. They won't. You have to be proactive about getting your license back. 20 days in jail. I'll suspend all 20 days of your jail. Orders you do 5 days of community service, 30 hours community service, 2 years of level 4 probation. You're ordered to go to the driver intervention program. You either have to do jail or go to that program. You'd rather go to the program than go to jail. Yeah. Trust me on that. Unfortunately, we don't have one in Lawrence County anymore. The closest one is Scioto County, but you can go to any program that's approved by the state of Ohio. That's the closest one is in Portsmouth now. And Mr. Majors, your probation officer, is going to meet with him. He can give you the contact information, how to get in touch with those folks to get that set up. I'll set your review hearing for May 17th. May 17th, so that gives you a long time. You get it finished, everything that I've ordered you to do, by then you don't have to come back. If you don't have it finished, you got to show up for a review hearing at 9 o'clock a.m., May 17th. If you don't show up and have stuff left to do, you automatically get a warrant. Just take care of it, you won't have to worry about going to jail or coming to court again. On the lane violation, I'll impose a $20 fine. Any questions?
Your Honor, in speaking with my client, I believe he's going to seek to retain appellate counsel for this matter. So we would move for a stay of execution of the sentence at this time and pending that occurring.
Mr. Hill.
Oh, we're not opposed to that, Your Honor.
All right, prepare such an order, and we'll keep the review hearing date just to track it. So May 17th, 24 will be the review hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor. You'll still need to meet with the probation officer.
I hang tight until I get to do some of that stuff, and I'll have you report everything. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Bruce Mayner, number PRC 23-1013 A and B.
Okay, Bruce Mayner is recalled. He needs to go to inpatient treatment.
Judge, he's asked to change providers when he spoke with Ms. Hlin, excuse me.
His choice is go to jail or go to inpatient.
There you go.
Inpatient.
Good choice. Jail doesn't do anybody any good. It just costs taxpayers some money and it's not going to help you with your addiction. And you've got a serious problem and have had for years. I've known you for a long time. And he just relapsed here recently, didn't he?
Yeah, it was clean 2 years, Your Honor.
So do you have mail bed?
Well, this time Bethesda's recommending that he go to a different facility with fresh start.
All right, well, you're going to get your wish then. So I need a male bed. Hope Source, right? You want to talk to him, and then I'm just not going to assume he fits with you. So you're going to talk to some folks from the facility, come back, and we'll finalize things. So, and I'm sorry, this is your first time court, so it takes me a while to remember people's names. So tell me your name again.
Brandon.
Brandon. Okay, Brandon from Hope Source. Mr. Mayner, go speak with him, and then I'll have you back before the court to finalize things.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Regina Hudson. Case number CRB 23581, PRC 231382, A and B.
This is Mr. Steyer's case for pretrial. Did we check to see if the results were back?
The results are not back, Your Honor.
Okay. So you said the last date?
December 13th.
So maybe the 1st?
I'd say that's probably...
I'm unavailable the 1st, if we could do the 4th.
4th?
Thank you.
December 4th will be the next pre-trial at 10 o'clock.
December 4th.
We'll be looking for the test results then.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Okay. They don't have the results yet. Anytime. So nothing's happening today. You come back on Wednesday. Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls John Riggs, case number CRB 23548.
Your Honor, if I may, I called 2 numbers at Arraignment, and it just run, they were not even supposed to leave a message.
Okay.
He does have paperwork in there, he told me. I tried to do it.
Does have an order to appear dated December 20th at 1 p.m. in the district court, so that's analogous to this court, I believe. I'm not a Kentucky lawyer, but that's my understanding. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to have you come back after you appeared there.
Okay.
And they're recommending you go inpatient, correct?
Yes, I've got to go see my PO on Monday, and he's going to probably see my urine screens this weekend and Monday. And
I'll set you for December 29th back at this court for sentencing hearing.
Okay.
If you're inpatient, if we get some kind of verification, I'll let you appear by teleconference from the treatment facility.
Okay.
December 29th, 10 o'clock is your next hearing.
Thank you.
It's the Friday after Christmas.
Okay.
Well, I think we do need to get some records in this.
State of Ohio recalls Nancy Day, case number CRA 23678, A, B, and C.
Let's have her come out. So my understanding is there is a
Yes,
female
Your
bed
Honor.
at the
We're
test.
sorry for the confusion.
Okay. So I need, because I marked out, I need a new entry. I'll just avoid this one. More than avoid it, I'm going to throw it away. Because I had said there was no female beds available. So it's my understanding there is a female bed available?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that she does qualify for inpatient?
Yes.
Okay. So you are going to go to Bethesda. I'm going to enter an order that you go there for inpatient, and your case is waived to the grand jury of Lawrence County. And she doesn't have any other matters pending here, so she won't be coming back here. She'll be going on to common police court. So you'll pick her up this afternoon, or somebody from Bethesda will?
Yes.
Okay. You understand what's going on now? All right. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Kenneth Roberts, case number CRB 23142. Thank you.
You're welcome. And he, Mr. Roberts, did he get evaluated by the test?
Sorry?
Did anybody talk to you? Okay. He wants to go to treatment, and he was supposed to be evaluated. He wants to go back to Bethesda. He was assessed there in the past, so we'll recall him after we do an assessment.
State of Ohio recalls Amanda Harrington, case number CRB 23690.
Right.
Okay, she tested clean. So I'll go ahead and finalize the sentencing. Anything you want to say?
No. Well, over her.
$100 fine, court costs, 10 days in jail, 7 suspended, credit for 3 served. Stay out of Walmart's, that's the part that hurts the worst. 30 hours of community service. Review hearing May the 17th of 2024. 2 years of level 5 probation. So you're going to get out of jail today?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll let your people know today. Well, next week, tell your...
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I'll let your people know.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Christopher L. McGee, case number CRB 23683.
All right. Guess fentanyl lasts a while. You tested positive for fentanyl. That's the only thing you've tested for. Dangerous stuff. And I've got you as being homeless. Where are you from originally? Where are you from originally? South Carolina. How'd you get to this area?
I briefly on before I met somebody that lived in Guyana.
Yeah, now I remember that. You told me this story like you were living with some folks in Guyana that were friends of yours. Then you came over to the Walmart and shoplifted at South Point.
No, I told you we got here, he offered me a job and let's stay with mom. That night he sold with his mom and we both got kicked out. He went his own way. I didn't know anything around. I've been on my own for a minute here.
But I mean, you pled guilty to shoplifting at Walmart.
Yeah, I know.
At South Point.
Yes.
I mean, there's a Walmart within 2 miles or less in Guyana. Why would you go all the way to South Point?
Because I met somebody that gave me a ride into Walmart. I'm not.
Okay, so you just said I want to go to Walmart. You sure you didn't want to get caught and go to treatment? So let me, if you're, maybe I shouldn't let this secret out, but if you want to get caught for shoplifting, where should you go? Walmart. They've got detectives all over that store. They've got cameras in the ceiling. They catch a ton of people shoplifting. Most of the other places don't. So sometimes I think people go there because they want to get caught and go to treatment. You need to go to treatment. Fentanyl is killing people right and left. More people died from overdoses in the last year in the United States than any other year, and it's because of fentanyl. And if you're taking any drug off the street, even if they say, well, here's some meth, here's even some marijuana, or here's a pill, it could be fentanyl. It could have fentanyl in it. So, now your girl, was that your girlfriend? Your wife? Well, she ran. I sent her to treatment. She ran, so she's out and about somewhere.
She's gonna go probably to back to New York or tomorrow. That's where she's been trying to get to.
Well, do you want to stay in jail or do you want to go? I don't feel like I feel like it's my duty, since you're taking fentanyl and it's so deadly. I don't feel like I can just let you walk out into the community and get a hold of some more fentanyl and wind up dead. How old are you? You're young.
35.
That's young. The odds of you living to be my age if you continue to use drugs are pretty low. So do you want to do something about it, or you just want to sit in jail?
That's what I want to sit in jail.
It's not a nice place, is it?
I've checked myself into places to detox and stuff before, but I've never been to like a like rehab facility.
Okay, so you want to try that? I think you need an ankle monitor, though. Because if you run, like your wife did, I didn't put an ankle monitor on her, I probably should have, she left. Now, I've issued a warrant for her, but it's harder to get her back. But let me just say this. If you think you're going to be tempted to run too, and I know you're going to be tempted because your wife ran. She's out and about somewhere.
She's going to somewhere that I think I can stand.
Okay. How do you know that? How do you know she's going to New York?
Because that's what she's been trying to get to the entire time. She's wanting to go back to her mom.
Okay, well, this is really important. So I'm going to put this ankle monitor on you, and it comes from the felony court. We're basically borrowing an ankle monitor to put on you, adult probation. They get really mad when people cut the ankle monitor off and leave. They get so mad that they charge a felony 3 against them for destroying the property, and it's like an escape. So let me just tell you, you will go to prison if you cut the ankle monitor off. So if you think, oh gosh, I'm going to be really tempted to cut this ankle monitor off, you'd be better off just sitting in jail. And I make this speech all the time, don't I? He's heard this so many times. His mouth is moving as I'm saying the words. He's heard it so many times. In fact, let me say this. Cory Little, I think, was the last one that did it. And I told him this very same speech. He lasted 1 day in treatment and cut the ankle monitor off. And Cory's not the sharpest blade. He just went over to Huntington. He was pretty easy to find. I mean, he had a few days of freedom in Huntington, probably partied some, but he got back in jail, appeared in common police court, and I told Cory the wrong thing. He thought, he couldn't believe it, Kim, right? You visited him in jail. He couldn't believe they'd give him 3 years. Well, he was right. It wasn't 3 years. He got 7 years. He got 7 years in prison because Cory didn't, that wasn't the only thing that Cory did. He did other stuff, and they added it all up and just dumped it on his head. He got 7 years in prison because he didn't want to stay in treatment. That's not a smart thing to do. You agree with me? Of course you do. Everybody does when they're standing here, but then I still have people cut the ankle monitor off. Not a lot. Maybe 1 every 2 months. We have somebody cut the ankle monitor off. And they're going to charge you with a felony. If you go to New York, if you go to California, you go to Arizona, you go right across the river in West Virginia like Cory did, that warrant is going to be good in all the states. It's going to be good in Canada. It's going to be good in Mexico. You can probably go to Iran. I don't think they'll honor the warrant. Maybe Russia now probably wouldn't honor the warrant. There's very few places you can go that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States that's not going to honor the warrant. You understand? I know I'm really harping on this because people still do it. Even after I give them this very long speech, they still cut the ankle monitor off. And I hate to see people waste their life. I mean, you'll be on the other side of the hill, 42 years old, before you get out of prison. That's still young, but not as young as 35. So, okay, I'm going to release you to, well, we've got to have him evaluated first. So, you haven't talked to anybody back on the treatment, have you? Who's got hometown?
Oh, yeah,
Well, let's have hometown. They missed out on, I gave them one and had to pull it back because it turned out that there was a bed available at Bethesda. So hometown's going to talk to you. We'll come back and finalize how you're going to get there and what you're going to do. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, there's a waiting list on the ankle monitors now.
Oh. How long?
We have our 10 out that they allow a lot of us, so until we get one taken off.
Okay. Well, let's look at that. I might take, if we got somebody's had one on for a while, I might take it off so he can have it.
I believe we do have a female, Your Honor, that we may be able to take off.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Joseph Brazos, case number TRC 23999, A, B, and C.
This is Mr. Each's case.
Joseph Brazos.
He's here. He needs to be in the courtroom. We're not going to have his hearing out in the hall. We're not troubling you, sir, are we, to come into court?
What was it?
Your hearing is here in the courtroom, not out in the hall.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. The only thing we'll need is the monitor set up for us.
Okay, we need Mr. Major to come in and help us with that.
You have that?
Yeah, I did.
That'll work. Lorraine can do it.
I think I can.
Okay, this is an evidentiary hearing on motion to suppress. What are the real issues here that we're going to be arguing about?
Your Honor, the issues are substantial compliance with the NHTSA mandates. There is also a 702 issue with the ability of any of these field sobriety tests having been validated to accurately detect drug impairment. We all know the field sobriety tests have been validated to predict when a subject will test at .08 BAC or over. There is nothing in the ARIDE manual that ever cites any study where these tests have been validated to detect drug impairment. It's just not there. So with that said, Your Honor, allowing the jury to hear that type of evidence has no probative value, but it's extremely prejudicial to the defendant. It would fail the 403 balancing test.
Okay. Well, I assume I'll get to see that for myself. But so there's no, we don't have to go through probable cause for the stop, anything like that. We're just going to the test.
No. Well, the stop is not an issue, Your Honor. I don't know if the state, I'm not challenging the basis for the traffic stop.
Okay. So we're going to go to the test.
I mean, the motion covers everything.
Well, I know, that's what they do. They file these motions. They're just boilerplate that they get from a seminar that throws everything.
Well,
hold on. Don't interrupt me. I'll quote a Court of Appeals decision. When you object to everything, you object to nothing. So that's why I want to know what are the real issues. These motions to suppress are supposed to be judged. There's a problem with the evidence that we need to have resolved before it goes before the jury. But when you list everything that the state possibly has to prove, that's just proving the case. You're saying they can't prove the case. Well, we might as well just show that to the jury. What are the special problems with the evidence that you want to bring up to the court before we get to the jury?
Your Honor, they're all in the motion. The video, I cite the specific location in the video where this stuff is. I don't know how to be any more specific than the suppression motion I prepared. I don't know if the court's reviewed that to say it's a boilerplate, but I absolutely disagree, and I believe if you read it, the court...
I didn't say you, I say that happens a lot.
Well, I don't think this is an instance, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that you don't have an objection to the way that he was stopped for running the red light?
I do not.
Now, you see, that brings up another issue, Your Honor, too, because that can become
if you
part
want,
of the basis.
If you want to put it into evidence as part of the impairment, then you can, but you're not required to.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Honor. So we'd waive any kind of opening, if that is the question, next question.
Do you want to make an opening, Mr. Regis?
No, sir.
All right, you can call your witness.
Call Trooper Beam, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, this is going to take a while. I was told to get the trooper on the line.
It'll be a while.
Wow.
I'd say at least a half hour.
At least. Trooper, can you state your name and where you went for, please?
Yeah, let's swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
You may be seated.
Your Honor.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
State your name and where you are employed.
Trooper Beam with the Ohio State Patrol's Harrington Post.
Were you working for the Ohio State Highway Patrol on July 21st, 2023 at about 3:06 in the morning? And at that time, you had contact with Joseph R. Is it Brazos? Brazos?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where were you when that happened?
I was sitting stationary at the intersection of State Route 7 and State Route 775.
Is that in Rome Township here in Lawrence County, Ohio?
It is, yes, sir.
Do you recognize Mr. Brazos in the courtroom today? And if you do, can you point him out?
Yes, sir, he's right there.
Record will show you point of the phone.
When you first noticed Mr. Brazos, was he operating a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What happened that caused you to notice him in the beginning?
So as I stated, I was stationary at the intersection of State Route 7 and 775. There's a traffic signal there. While I'm seated, there is a black Jeep that goes through the intersection while it's red for him. He was on State Route 7, continuing through, going straight through the red light. And it didn't just change anything like that. It had been red. Drives through it. I pull up on the vehicle to initiate a traffic stop.
Is your patrol vehicle equipped with video and audio cameras, one facing forward from the dashboard, one facing backward towards the back seat?
Yes, sir, it is.
And was it working, both of those working that evening?
Yes, sir.
Did they record video?
Yes, sir.
Likewise, did you have a body camera that was in working order that night?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did it also record video of this whole incident?
Yes, sir.
And did you provide those through the Axon system for use here in the court?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you review those before the hearing today?
Yes.
Now, I want to stop right here. Now, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is me sitting parallel with State Route 775, facing State Route 7.
Which of the lights are for 775 and which are for Route 7?
The one that you can see the clearest, the two that you can see the clearest, those are for State Route 775 traffic turning on to State Route 7. The others that are perpendicular to it from both sides, those are for State Route 7 traffic.
So at this point in the video, where are the lights for Route 7?
Again, they're perpendicular, you can't see them as well. There's two for eastbound traffic, two for westbound traffic.
Well, what I really meant to ask is, where are they in sequence? Are they red, yellow?
It appears that all lights are red at this moment in the traffic stop. Or maybe those are yellow there on the sides.
When you see Mr. Brazos' vehicle, what do you know?
That's it, right there. Just drove right through the red light.
So let me ask the questions just so I get a word in. So he was coming, what would be southbound on 7 and made a right turn on the 775 going north?
I believe it does run more north and south there. He would be coming as if he was coming from 31st Street, which out Huntington, toward Thalia.
All right.
Or I guess further up would be,
But he was making a right turn, wasn't he?
No, sir, he went straight through the intersection.
Okay, that's straight through?
Yes,
It
sir.
almost looks like a turn there. It went back to the beginning, it looks like.
I don't know how far forward in this again.
This moment right here, sir, you can actually see a car coming off of 775 getting ready to turn right. That's the red lights there.
Okay.
And they just made a right turn.
Going toward the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm oriented.
So the light right now is red for Mr. Brazis as he goes through
Yes, sir.
the intersection. So, do you exit your vehicle there and make an approach to Mr. Brazis and make personal contact with him?
Yes.
Did you speak with him at that time?
I did.
Did he offer an explanation for running the red light?
Yes, he said he was playing around or eating his food at the time that he had the car.
What kind of observations of Mr. Brazis did you make at the time?
So one of the first observations I made of interest was that Mr. Brazis' eyes were bloodshot. I'm talking to him about the reason for the stop, things of that nature. He also had some other indicators that are of interest to me, specifically regarding drug impairment. He has sores on his face. His jaw is rigid. I'll see that with drug use, specifically stimulants usually. You see a rigidness of the body and jaw, locked jaw. I wouldn't say he had locked jaw, but his movements were rigid. Continuing to talk to him, I asked him to allow me to examine his eyes. I observed that his pupils were constricted. I definitely asked him to step out.
Did he have anything on his face? I don't know if you testified to that or not.
There's sores on his face.
Sores on his face. Now, you mentioned some things that you've stated would be indicators to you of drug use. Have you had some sort of training that prepared you to be able to observe those things?
Yes, sir. Both NHTSA standard road sobriety testing and the advanced roadside impaired driving, which is the ARIDE certification.
So you've had that certification?
Both of those, yes.
When did you have the ARIDE training?
I don't remember the exact dates. I believe May of 2021, I believe.
How long of a course is that? What kind of time frame do you have to take part in order to pass that training?
We were there for a week. I'm sure there's a prescribed amount of hours. I just don't recall the time.
So this is NHTSA training?
Yes, it is.
Similar to the standardized field sobriety testing training?
Yes, sir.
Only for drug clues?
Yes, sir.
This training, does it provide you with a generalized knowledge of things to look for as far as possible drug impairment?
Yes.
Not a drug recognition expert?
Correct. I'm not a drug recognition expert.
So you wouldn't be able to give an expert opinion about what drug someone might be impaired on?
Correct.
Would this be more into being able to recognize as a lay person when somebody's impaired by alcohol?
Yes.
Slurred speech, bloodshot eyes?
Yes. Additional tools, I'd say, for impaired documentation. And there's a hefty amount in that manual specifically that specifically talks about drug.
You mentioned constricted pupils. Tell the court what you mean by that.
Constricted pupils, so think of it as pupils smaller than anticipated, or for various reasons. Your pupils constrict naturally when you look up at the sun or something of that nature. Dilated being the opposite of that, they're larger. They should be clearly fine.
And the environment at this point in time, is it nighttime?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a way of checking to see, given differences in light, how the pupils react?
Could you reword the question?
Well, did you try to see how his pupils would react with difference in light? Did you use a light of some sort to check him?
I'll use light to help me see better. It's night, as you already mentioned, so I'll provide light, but I am very careful to make sure I don't put the beam of the flashlight in their eyes. You probably can't see it as well from there, but I actually hold the camera by its very end with the shaft of it upward, and the light's pointing down in my palm, so it keeps the direct light out of their face and eyes.
Did you do that in this situation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe?
That Mr. Gray's pupils were constricted.
Did they react at all?
Slow to react, which is another thing that's discussed in the manuals for indicator drug.
You recognize what happened?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
That is both the SFST and A-RIDE manuals, the ones that I mentioned I was trained on through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And if I told you this is the 2023 version, you agree with me on that?
Yes, it's actually got it covered it.
So you've seen this exact copy previously, and I've asked you to look at it today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in reference to copies that I made out of the manual, you looked at those and seen that those are authentic copies out of the manual?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm going to show you Mark States Exhibit 1 identification and ask you to tell the court what part of the manual that is, the page of the session.
This is session 6 from the A-RIDE manual. It has pages 34 through 38.
On page 37,
Yes, sir.
does it list constricted pupils as a possible indicator of drug impairment?
Do not see this on this page. Or, sorry, yes, the very bottom. Pupil size constricted specifically eye indicators.
So I'm going to ask Exhibit 1 to be.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I would object on the fact that he's not established this officer's been trained under this 2023 manual, so I don't know how he authenticates portions of the manual.
All right, I'll hold that in advance. You want to lay any additional foundation?
Well, were you trained on the 2018 manual?
I was, and then I received a supplement for the 2023.
Is that part of your work as a highway patrolman to stay current on these various procedures that you are supposed to enforce as part of your duties?
Yes, sir.
And have you refreshed yourself on the 2023 manual?
Yes, sir.
Standardized field sobriety test as well as the day ride?
Yes, sir.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 2. Identification. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this as pages 45 through 49 of Session 6 of the 2023 AOI manual.
Yes, 45 through 49. Is that what you want?
45 through 49.
Yes.
Now, on page 49, does it mention bloodshot eyes as a possible indicator of drug impairment?
Yes, sir. Under June 1.
And this is an authentic copy out of the 2023 AOI manual?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask Exhibit 2 be admitted.
Any objection?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I believe what he's referring to are indicators of use, not indicators of impairment.
All right. It'll be admitted.
I'll show you what I'm marking in State's Exhibit 3. Ask you if you recognize this, including pages 11 through 16 of Session 6 of the 2023 AOI manual.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned before about sores.
Yes, sir.
Now, on, forgive me if I misinterpreted this before, but on page 15, it mentions blisters on the lips and tongue.
Yes, I see that here.
Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
No, it's not. Blisters on the lips and tongue. I think most people can probably visualize what a blister is. A blister, reads maybe oily looking, maybe even feel the fluid under it. And you'll see that from drug use, and this specifically is under signs of administration. You'll see that for people who smoke using a glass pipe, because you're literally getting burns on the lips from the heat of the glass heating up. That's not what I saw. I'm talking about sores on the face. Generally, in my experience, what you'll see that from is somebody who's a stimulant. They get what's called med bugs, something that you'll hear people talk about in slang. It's referring to people get very itchy. They're constantly picking their face, and that's what those sores or scabs are. Yeah, I would say that's different than what this is talking about.
And the itchiness is an indicator also in the ARI observations that you were trained to observe. Is that right?
I don't recall if that specifically is listed.
So, as a result, running your red light, bloodshot eyes, sores on the face and rigid mouth movements, constricted pupils, did you form a reasonable suspicion that the defendant might be impaired on some substance?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask I'm going to ask this to be admitted on those Exhibit 3?
No objection.
Be admitted.
So did you ask Mr. Brazos out of his vehicle based on those things?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you said Elias, is that?
What did he say about the Taco Bell?
What part?
Well, I guess that would have been a question. Why he got the Taco Bell?
I don't know, get some food for him and his daughter and
Him and his kids?
yeah.
And what time was this?
It was after 3, I believe. Something.
Now, did you have him step out of the car and perform standardized field sobriety tests?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained and certified to administer standardized field sobriety tests as promulgated by the National Highway Transit?
Traffic Safety Administration.
Yes, sir. Traffic Safety Administration.
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked with the state trooper?
Over 3 years, coming on that 4.
Now, during that time, has administering standardized field sobriety testing a regular part of your work?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, hopefully you can answer this. How many times a month do you think on average you actually administer those tests?
On average, how many times I administer the test, or how many guys I
Well, just how many times you administer the test?
How many times a month? I would say, on average, anywhere from 10 to 15, depends on the month.
Now, the newest, we've talked about this already, the newest NHTSA manual was published this year, 2023. Have you familiarized yourself with it, and is that part of your ongoing training to make sure that you're up on all the latest little nuances that might change in
Yes,
this?
sir.
When you administer the field sobriety test, do you do those in substantial compliance with NHTSA standards.
I'll object, Your Honor. That's an issue of law for the court.
I think he can testify to that, so I'll rule.
Yes, sir.
Was the first test that you administered the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like for you to tell the court what horizontal gaze nystagmus is, first of all.
First and foremost, nystagmus is the involuntary jerking of the eyes. So horizontal gaze nystagmus, basically we'll see that involuntary jerking while we're presenting the stimulus in a certain way so as to observe whether or not horizontal gaze nystagmus is present. So what we need from them is basically to have their head line which is fine, upright, and while they're in that position, make sure that their head is not moving, and we'll do the stimulus in various prescribed ways to check for that horizontal gaze nystagmus.
In this case, I believe that you came to the conclusion that you did not see any horizontal gaze nystagmus.
Correct.
Are there some illegal substances that might impair someone for purposes of driving that might not show horizontal gaze nystagmus as one of the symptoms, one of the indicators?
Yes, sir. Of the drug categories that are outlined in the SFST and the A-RIDE manual, there's only 3 of them are known to cause horizontal gaze nystagmus. That's depressants, inhalants, and associated anesthetics.
Just so we cover everything, I would like for you to go through the way that the horizontal gaze nystagmus test is administered, what clues you look for, what instructions you give the person.
Okay, so there are 3 clues that are said. There are 3 tests that we're putting them through in this, as all part of this horizontal gaze nystagmus test, and we're checking each eye. So 3 tests, 2 eyes, there's a total of 6 clues that we can observe during horizontal gaze nystagmus. So the very first thing that I do is I need to know more about this person before I can decide whether or not I can do this test. So I'll ask a series of standard questions, such as, do you wear contacts or glasses? Are you taking any medications? Mr. Frazier said no to both of those. I ask if you consider yourself good physical health overall. Mr. Indicated he did, and that, do you have any history of head injuries that cause you present-day issues? He indicated he did not. Therefore, I move forward, and the first thing I do, just to make sure that I'm getting all the information I can that's valuable to me, I need to do a pre-check. So I'm looking to make sure that their pupils are equal in size. That, is there resting nystagmus? If there's resting nystagmus, I can be indicative of something else. That's important for me to know before I start checking for horizontal gaze nystagmus. I'm also looking to make sure that their eyes track equally. There's no concerns observed during my pre-check of Mr. Brace's eye. The first test is lack of smooth pursuit of the eyes. So essentially by that test, what I'm doing is I'm presenting a stimulus 12 to 15 inches from their face, and I'm moving it, starting it in the center of their face, and I'm moving it out 2 seconds, and then I will move it back to center for 2 seconds and continue onward to the other side of the face for another 2 seconds. So I have a 4-second pass. I'll check each eye twice. From there, I'll move on to distinct and sustained nystagmus, maximum deviation. I'm presenting that stimulus essentially as far as their eyes can still focus on it, to both their left and right, still maintain that 12 to 15 inch plane, I guess. And if that involuntary jerking of the eyes is present, it distinct and sustained, or at that maximum deviation, and that's 2 more clues. I still have not observed any clues. And I wouldn't expect to observe any other clues if I didn't observe it for the first 2. Finally, the 1/7 nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. I'm moving that nystagmus 45 degrees out from their face for a 4-second interval, and I'll check both sides twice. Again, no clues were observed for that.
Your Honor, I don't know what moved on as far as exhibits.
3, we got 3 admitted, so next one's 4.
I'm going to show you this and ask you if this is pages 5 through 17 of session 7 of the 2023 A-Rod, Nitsa Manning. And that's, I marked that as exhibit 4.
Yes, 5 through 7.
In there, does it give a outline of the procedures that you are to follow in conducting a horizontal gaze nystagmus test? Should be the first one.
On page 5?
Starting on page 5, please.
It talks, I mean, these pages here are really talking a little, they're overeating a lot of definition, vertification, stagnus.
So it sets forth the procedures that should be followed.
It doesn't have the administrative procedures. Yes, okay, so this is just an overview. Is that what you want? It doesn't have the administrative procedures, if that's what you want.
Does it have everything that you testified to previously in order to successfully
Yes.
conduct that test?
Yes.
That's an accurate copy.
Yes.
Did you follow the instructions for the horizontal gaze nystagmus test according to the NHTSA standards?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to keep this here. This is difficult because we're also going to get into the other tests. Now, I'm going to show you what I've had marked as Exhibit 5 for identification and ask you what that is.
This is the first page of my peer driver report completed by me for Mr. Davis.
And on the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, what does it show?
That I did not observe any validated clues in there.
The video shows that you did a horizontal gaze nystagmus test, or at least a portion of it, before you got behind the car. Did that also show no signs of impairment?
And I couldn't say that that was a validated test because he's not in the correct position to check. If anything, if I did observe anything, maybe positional alcohol status if there's alcohol in the body. But to your point, there's nothing there in terms of actual movement. The only thing I did see when conducting horizontal gaze nystagmus testing that was of interest but not validated was that he struggled to focus on the stimulus. A lot of times, in my experience, what I've seen, an inability to focus on the stimulus, to remain focused on it. I've seen that with stimulant users, or I've even seen it with somebody who's incredibly impaired by alcohol. I've noticed that they, not every time, but sometimes they struggle to focus on that stimulus that's provided. Not a validated clue, but it is important to state that that was of interest to me.
After you completed the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, did you do further observation of Mr. Brace's eyes?
I did.
What is that?
I believe that I either did the lack of convergence test next, or I checked for pupil constriction again outside. I don't know which way they were, but I checked both.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 6 and ask you if this is beginning on page 4, Section 5 of the 2023 incident with lack of convergence. Lack of convergence means and what you observe in this case.
So lack of convergence, what we're looking for is as the provided stimulus moves closer and closer to their face, we're expecting that both eyes can stay focused on that stimulus inward. A lack of convergence occurs in either one or both of the eyes stop converging inward with the stimulus. Or, sometimes they don't just stop converging in, they don't just hang out there, they'll actually pop back out the center. So, if lack of convergence is not present, that means that both eyes follow the stimulus inward when it passes. Mr. Brady's left eye felt a convergence all through passes. So lack of convergence wasn't present.
You made note of that on the impaired driver report here in States Exhibit 5?
On that first page, all it's going to say is that I conducted it, but yes, it was present.
And back to States Exhibit 6, is that from the NHTSA manual explaining that lack of convergence can be a sign of impairment?
Yes, and for drug category classes that can cause that, the presence of halogens, dissociative anesthetics, which can all cause HGN, which I did not observe. The fourth category is cannabis. So I'm not a DRE expert, but I don't need to be a DRE expert. If lack of convergence isn't present, then, or if it is present, but HGN wasn't, I would suspect cannabis to be the causing factor.
By the way, is it possible that a person has used more than one substance that would impair them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was, the further I moved into these tests, the more that became the wonder of if there's multiple drug categories here. I'm not a DRE, I'm not a drug recognition expert, but again, I've already talked about sores on the face and typical toxicity and the rigidness of the jaw. Those are textbook what you see with somebody who's using stimulants. But then I have lack of convergence and no HGN, cannabis, those things that are already starting to kind of come to the surface here.
We're going to ask the States Exhibit 6 to be moved.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Been moved.
Directing back to the
Are you? Excuse me, I thought I was looking in there, I thought I was getting ready to go for it. You walk into that. Right there in front of my car there. She right there on the light side, you can stand right on the light, there's a flashing light side of your face. Where do you go right there? You go right there? Which Taco Bell do you go to? Oh, this one here? Gotcha, alright. You stand right there on the light, and your feet together for like mine on, and then you just start coffee, start your side. You care if I just stick your phone on? Because I already put on my hood there. You wear contacts and glasses every day? You say no medications? Okay. You stand like that again, hands on your side there. Good. Any history, head injury, or age? And then finally, you just say something good this week on that. Yeah. Alright. Any issues that you can think of? You hesitate, that's what I'm asking. I don't check about this flashlight. You careful taking the turn signal off? No, I didn't. You sit against my hood there for a second while I do that. You good? Okay. You got your hats on or something? There you go. I'll turn it off. Should be off on there. Is it off or not? Alright, Joey, the only thing I'm asking you to do is follow very tip my pen with guys and I'm going to do that. Oh, okay, that's all right. I'll look your eyes in. Take a second, good. next thing I'll ask you to do, I'm going to move my hand in the circle twice. I'm going to move it closer and closer and closer. I'm going to touch your nose, going on and touching, okay? All I'm asking you to do as I do that, just keep following in with the whole way, okay? You understand what I'm asking you to do?
Is this where you're starting to do the lack of convergence part of the case?
Yes, sir, I've already finished horizontal gaze status testing, and I'm moving into lack of convergence testing.
I'm going to move around the circle twice, and I'm going to bring you closer and closer to your face. As I get closer and closer, just say, grab the tip of that pin now, okay? Okay. Next thing I'm asking you to do,
What did you observe there?
His left eye fellow converge on all three passes. Lack of convergence testing.
Your Honor, what was the last exhibit?
6. So this would be 7. New.
So I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7 and ask you if this is page 8 of Session 5 of the 2023 Enterprise Manual.
Yes, sir.
And what does that deal with there?
People size observations.
In this case, did you, well, I think you've already testified that there was, he had constricted pupils. Did you continue to observe that through this phase of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
According to ARI, is that included in the impairment?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I asked the State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted.
Is that what you're looking at next after the lack of convergence?
Yes, sir. I want to see how his pupils react.
just close your eyes. Like, it's not for you. Just keep it closed, okay?
What have you just done there?
I asked him to keep his eyes closed. I want him to be as, in dark of a condition as possible before I expose him to light.
What would normally happen if somebody closes their eyes?
Especially at night, they're going to be, enlarged.
The pupils?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. People should be enlarged. Most people can probably play with a flashlight at home when they're kids or something like that to watch, your buddy's eyes get really small when you get the direct of the light. But they should already start big. That's the whole point of doing
So what did you observe there?
That for one, pupils were smaller, and I would anticipate too that they virtually did not change as light moved in and out of there. Again, we've all, or at least probably many of us played with flashlight at home when we were kids or something like that. You can watch it change immediately. You remove the light, the pupils immediately get bigger. You put the light back in, they immediately get smaller. One thing that is indicative of drug impairment is that those pupils don't want to move that much, or if at all. And that was the case here. Mr. Gray's pupils would not react to light as a normal person would.
Did you make a note of that here on the impaired driver report?
Did I check for it? Yes. It doesn't have my observations, but it does say I checked people reactivity in the light.
So After that, will you proceed on to the walk and turn?
Yes, sir.
And I would like for you to, first of all, tell the court what the walk and turn test is, and is it a standardized test according to NHTSA?
It is a standardized test. It's a divided attention test. So it begins with asking them to stand in a specific position and to remain that way until told to move while I explain the instructions to them. I explain, demonstrate the instructions to them, and then once they've told me that they understand what's expected, I ask them to begin. With the walk and turn specifically, it's comprised of essentially asking the person starting in a heel-to-toe position with their hands down to their side. The way I always explain it is, hey, I'm asking you to take 9 heel-to-toe steps along this line or a line you're imagining. Turn yourself around and take another 9 back. I'll be the one that determines whether or not they're using a physical line or a line that they're imagining. I'm not going to have them use the white fall line of the state route when cars are driving by. There's already at least been one that's driven by us at this point. It would be safe for them, and I don't want to put them in a harmful position. So from here, I ask them to imagine a line. I ask them to stand with his left foot placed on that line you're imagining. And take your right foot, put it in front of your left foot, touching heel to toe. Keep your hands down at your side. Don't move till I told you to begin. Do you understand? Wait for them to affirm that they understand. At that point, I'll tell them, I want you to take 9 heel-to-toe steps along that line you're imagining. Turn yourself around and then take another 9 back. Do you understand so far? I'll wait to hear that from them. I'll demonstrate it for them. I also make sure to iterate. As you do this, make sure you keep your hands down on your side, look down at your feet. You count your steps out loud, and you don't stop till you complete the instruction. You understand what I've asked you to do? Yes. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, maybe again if you understand.
Did you do all that this time?
Yes, sir.
This test is referred to, that there's a portion of the test devoted to divided attention.
Yes, sir.
And I would like for you to explain what part of the test that is and what you're looking for and what you might observe. I'm going to ask for all your observations of the test.
So the initial part of the test is, again, I've already told you that I'll ask them to stand with their right foot in front of their left, touching heel to toe on the line of their imagining, their hands down their side, do not move. While they're standing like that, I'm explaining the instructions to them. So while they're standing in that position, they are required to basically listen to me to get the instructions from them. One of the first things that I took note of is I said, stay like that until I told you to begin. And Mr. Reyes immediately moves his foot from the starting line. Clear, simple instructions, and then does something other than that. So that's the first clue I recorded. In the instruction phase, you can observe 2 clues. I observed he moved his feet from the starting position.
Direct you back to State's Exhibit 5, and I would ask for you to look at that and see if your observations were recorded on the impaired driver report.
Yes, sir. All 5 clues that I observed from me.
Now, what you described here was the procedure, everything that you testified to in keeping with the NHTSA standards.
The substantial compliance of their standards, yes.
Yes. Would I be up to 7, Your Honor?
8. Next one's 8.
I've marked this as State's Exhibit 8 for identification, and I would like for you to tell me if this recognize that as part of the NHTSA manual having to do with the procedure for administering the walk and turn test.
Yes, it's Section 7, pages 11 through 14.
You recognize that as authentic?
Yes, sir.
Were you in substantial compliance of all of those things when you gave that test?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the exhibits 4, which has to do with the horizontal engagement status, to be restored, and 8 to be admitted.
No objection.
Be admitted.
straight line going from you to my front license plate there, is that I'm like, you can imagine that straight line going from you to that front plate? All right, well, let's do this, take the left foot, left foot on that line you're imagining, and then the right foot in front of your left foot touching toe to toe like mine is. Be able to do that? Yep. So left foot on that line you're imagining, and then take your right foot, put it in front of your left foot touching toe to toe. I'm sorry, repeat that.
Like imagine the line from here to there.
Yep, you just imagine a line in your head going from you to that front plate. Yep, and then once you imagine that line, take your left foot, put on that line, looks like you've already done that, is that right? And then take your right foot, put it in front of your left foot, touching toe to toe, just like I was doing a second ago. And then just stay like that with your hands down on your side. I don't want you to move until I said it again, you understand? Oh, okay. That's right, no, I'm sorry, you just had that position though. Just stay like that until I said it again, you understand? Yeah. All right, what I'm asking you to do is take a series of 9 toe steps along that line you're imagining. Turn yourself around and take another 9 back. You understand so far? All right, I'm going to demonstrate it for you. Questions feel free to ask me at the end, okay? So you're going to be in that starting position in your head. It'll look like this. 1, 2, 3. After 3 toe steps, you'll take 9. On that 9th step, keep your front foot touching the ground. Use your other foot to turn yourself around with a series of small steps like I'm doing. Once you turn yourself over, see how I took, so let me show you again here. So you got right foot front left, touching on the toe. 1, 2, 3. On that, I took 3 on the toe steps, you'll take 9. On that 9th step, keep your front foot touching the ground, so keep it on that line that you're imagining. And then use your other foot to turn yourself around like I'm doing, just taking several small steps. Once you turn yourself around, take another 9 back. 1, 2, 3. Again, I took 3 toe steps, you'll take 9. Does that make sense so far? As you do this, just keep your hands down on your side, look down at your feet, count your steps out loud, and don't stop till you complete the instructions. Do you understand the instructions, Joe? Do you have any questions? If you understand the instructions, you may begin. Next thing I'll ask you to do, you can stand right.
So what clues did you observe during the walk and turn?
So I've already talked about he moved his feet from the starting position. I've been instructed not to. He did not touch heel to toe, so his very first step is the only one that wasn't heel to toe. The rest were, but his very first step, this guy's right foot from his left, and he takes it off to the side. It's in contact with his foot, but it is not heel to toe. He kept his arms, he used his arms to balance throughout the test. He made an improper turn. So, I don't know if you caught it, but when he makes that turn, he makes the most uncomfortable move. He doesn't take it serious small steps, he just takes his 9th step, and then he takes his other foot to turn around while his other foot's still facing the other way. That's an improper turn. His other is not instructed as per the manual. And then I think I covered all 5, I believe. Oh, and took 11 steps back. I apologize.
And did you record this thing on the Harrington driver report?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you conduct a one-leg stand?
I did, yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what I've had marked as Exhibit 9 for identification. I ask you if you have it, pages 15 through 17, Session 7, 2023. NHTSA.
Yes, sir.
And does that set forth the procedure according to NHTSA that's supposed to be used in conducting that test?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what the one-leg stand test is and how you administer it and what instructions you give in doing that?
Yes, sir. It's another standardized test from NHTSA, and it's, again, divided attention. So I'm instructing him to begin with his feet together, his hands down his side, going to the top set begin. Is the way that begins, and then once he's in that starting position, I'll give the instructions. For the instruction, I always say, take a leg of your choice. Doesn't matter to me, left, right, one. I don't care. Take that foot of your choice, hold it approximately 6 inches above the ground, and parallel with the ground like mine is. I say like mine is because at the time that I'm explaining, I'm demonstrating it for them so they can have it for reference. So left, right, one doesn't matter to me. Take that foot of your choice, hold it approximately 6 inches above the ground, parallel with the ground like mine is. Keeping both legs nice and straight, no bend in your knee. Down on your feet, keep your hands down your side, and count a series of 1000s like so. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, and so on, until I've said stop. Again, I'll ask, make sure they understand, and then I'll leave.
Did you do all that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did the way that you conducted that test comply in a substantial way with NHTSA standards?
Yes, sir.
Did you record the observations in the impaired driver report marked as Exhibit 5?
I did.
And what did you record?
That he exhibited 3 out of the 4 total as possible. He put his foot down, he used his arms to balance, and he swayed down.
There we are, feet together as they were earlier. Perfect, toes touching toes too. Hands down on your side. I don't want you to move until I said it again, you understand? What I'm asking you to do on this show is take a foot of your choice, left or right one, doesn't matter to me. Take that foot of your choice, hold approximately 6 inches above the ground, and parallel with the ground like mine is. Both legs nice and straight, no bend in your knee. Keep your hands down, give me 1 second. Keep your hands down your side, look down on your toe, and count a series of 1000s like so. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, and so on until I've said stop. So go ahead and ask your question. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I can get it for a little bit, but like my legs are so for some reason.
Oh, okay. You seem like a doctor for it?
I look up to you, but like I ain't doing when I get outside.
What's that from, do you know?
I need to go to the doctor.
Is it both of them?
Yeah.
How long has it been like that?
For a few months now.
Okay. It's up to you if you want to try it. I don't want to ask you. Okay. Do you feel like you can do it?
I feel like I probably did, but trying for not too long. Because I don't know where to swell.
Were there swollen? Has it caused you issues walking or anything like that?
Just if I stand a long time.
Okay. Have you done a lot of standing today or not so much?
No, not really.
Okay. It's up to you if you want to do it. Get back in the starting position with your feet together there. Do you want to try it? Okay. Any questions for me?
No.
Clear what I asked you to do? You did ask it. Yeah, so you did ask me a question that you started to. I just asked you to hang on to the end. What was that question?
Just the right foot.
It's up to you, left or right one. Hold this approximately 6 inches above the ground, parallel with the ground like mine is. Both legs nice and straight, no bend in your knee. Keep your hands down each side, look down on your toe. And count a series of 1000s like I counted 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004 until I said stop. Does that make sense? Any questions for me? All right, Joe, if you understand the instructions, you may begin. That's all right. You can pick up resume where you left off if you want to. Okay, ease up. Come on over to me. Last thing I
After we finish that part, did you administer the modified lumbar test?
I did, but I would like to add, to Mr. Brazy's credit, he showed me his ankles. There did appear to be some swelling. That's why I asked those follow-up questions. If he didn't feel like he was going to be able to do it, by all means, I'm not going to ask him to do it. So that's why I asked him several times, and each time he said he was willing. But, you know, to his credit, I did see swelling. No, but, yes, modified lumbar.
So tell the court what the modified lumbar test is.
So modified lumbar, what they're instructed to do there is when we say begin, tilt their head all the way back, close their eyes, and inside their head, think about 30 seconds passing. Different things we're looking for. One is estimation of time. Two, there's other things that we can see though as well that are of interest. It's called test? Are they swaying during the test? And additionally, we'll look up and examine their nostrils or signs of insufflation. In other words, snorting drugs. Sometimes, in this case, Mr. Brazos had eye tremors. That can be indicative of cannabis use.
The modified Romborough test has standards that are also approved by NIST. Is that right?
It's not a standardized test, but it does have standards, if that makes sense.
The way you're supposed to.
Yeah, there's a prescribed way, yes.
And I would like for you to look at States Exhibit 10, that's what I've had it marked as, and see if this is accurate copy of page 9 through.
I don't think we had 9.
We had 8.
Yeah, so this should be 9, unless you got another one you want to.
Oh, this is 9?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was 10. All right, so this is exhibit 9. Pages 9 through page 12 of session 5. And I'll ask you to look at that and tell me if that is accurate. Well, here's 9. I haven't asked to be introduced yet. So I'll ask, this is the one where I stand, which he's already testified to. I asked that this be admitted.
No objection.
Be admitted.
So we're going to call the one we're looking at now 10.
Okay. 9 is one-leg stand, 10 is modified Romborough.
Yes, sir, that's what he said it was to be.
And in this case, did you conduct this and observe as it is prescribed by NIST?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe?
As I already said, that there are eye tremors, as well as Mr. Brazos exhibited a slight sway. However, he estimated 30 seconds in 30 seconds. The time constraints are if they're more or less, within 5 seconds. Or are they within 5 seconds either way, plus or minus? If they're not, that's a concern. Mr. Brazos was right on the head at 30 seconds. And the reason for that is maybe it's helpful to speak to that. Some drugs have altering effects on perception, various things, including time. Depending on the strain of cannabis, such as indica, that can cause slower speeds in terms of time estimation, or stimulants. I've had somebody who's peaking on like methamphetamine. I've had them estimate 30 seconds, as short as like 13 seconds. So some drugs cause a faster estimation of time, perceiving time to be going by much faster than it is, and some are much slower.
On page 11 that I just showed you, is there a statement by NHTSA as to what things you're supposed to be looking for?
Yes, so during the modified Romborough test, to quote it, watch for 3 indicators simultaneously. Passage of 30 seconds, observation of tremors such as the eyelid and or body of muscle, and then observation of sway, front to back, side to side, or circular / rotation.
What kind of swaying did you see?
I don't recall, probably the document interview.
But you did observe that?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the eye tremors?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is States Exhibit 10 that will ask for admission.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, as a result of everything that you went through from the first observation of his driving all the way to the eye tremors and the swaying, did you then place him under arrest for OBI?
Yes, and specifically with Mr. Brazos, I would say this was one of those rare ones. And what I'm referring to is there's times that we as officers are in a very difficult position. There's the decision of, can I in good conscience let this person drive away? But is it abundantly clear that am I just seeing signs of use, or am I seeing signs of impairment? And to be very upfront on Mr. Brazos, I was kind of straddling that line. This was, to me, one that I think, I definitely have signs of drug use, impairment. I have, based on the test that I am trained on, some of these I think are consistent with that. When I look at the modified Romberg balance test, though, is it possible that Mr. Brazes could estimate 30 seconds because he had drugs with balancing effects? Sure, but it's also possible that, you know, if just with his estimation of time wasn't impaired. With his, you know, specifically his, he did have swelling that played a part in the next hand. This was a difficult one, and I felt like I couldn't be good conscious to let him drive away, but at the same time, it was a difficult decision.
As you do, you just stand right there, the other side, get the feet together as earlier, use that side. Don't move these outside of the ocean. And what I'm asking you in this window is I'm just asking you to stand just as you are when I say begin. So you're going all the way back. Close your eyes and inside your head, so not out loud. Think about 30 seconds past. Once you know that 30 seconds has passed, say stop. Go ahead, that's the way. Yeah. However you estimate, it's up to you. Just whenever you feel that 30 seconds has passed, say stop. You understand the instruction? Can you clarify that? You understand the instruction? Yeah.
No objection to that.
And we're going to ask that the video be admitted as State's Exhibit 11.
Defendant would join in that, Your Honor.
All right, admitted. State's Exhibit 11.
That's all I have of this witness.
All right, this time I'm going to take a break and do some other cases and come back and we'll finish this up. So we'll come back to cross-examination of the trooper after we do some other cases.
State of Ohio versus Russell A. Daniels, case number TRC 23501.
All right, we need Mr. McCown.
Yes, Your Honor.
This case today is set for a sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
The state moved to amend the charge from OBI to physical control. To that amended charge, the defendant entered a guilty plea.
That's correct, Your Honor.
On the 9th day of November. I ordered that he take a urine screen that day, and there was one rendered after 4 p.m.?
It was after, yes, Your Honor.
You have the results of that?
Thought I put it in the file, Your Honor.
Well, I think it is in the file.
I have one from today too, Your Honor, if you'd like to see it.
Yes.
Passed today.
Okay. All right, well, I'll hear from the state first if you want to argue on sentencing.
Your Honor, our recommendation is that Mr. Daniels receive a jail sentence of 60 days with 50 days suspended. And the appropriate driver's license suspension would be 6 months. We have no objection to that. We take no position on the fine or any other sanctions. I guess this period is 2 years probation. And we're aware that the drugs, the screen that was done came back positive for alcohol, which after the facts of the case that we've been dealing with gives us concern that maybe Mr. Daniels has some ongoing issues that he needs to keep working on. And so we would ask that ongoing treatment, according to whatever counseling agency determined was appropriate, would also be ordered.
Mr. McCann.
Your Honor, if the police court, we actually already previously argued sentencing at the prior date.
Well, I think we got a new fact.
Well, I understand that, but I'd like to, and I appreciate that, Your Honor, and we can address that. As to the driver's license suspension, they had agreed that that would be removed.
That's right.
And that would be lifted, as well as the ALS, the appeal.
Well, they would agree that's their recommendation.
I understand that, Your Honor, certainly. And I think we consented to a maximum fine in the case as well at that point, but they'd indicated they would consent to the grant of an ALS suspension, and that we would argue sentencing. They have argued and as they did at the last one, 60 with 50 suspended. And Your Honor, as we argued previously, I believe that it should be treated as a first offense low, and if the court would order him to the dip school in lieu of jail. He did testify positive. And Your Honor, if Your Honor wishes to address him individually on that, he can explain. He has indicated to me that he had a partial beverage. I believe it was the Saturday night before the Monday hearing. We have previously received, and I do have those, Your Honor, I apologize, I left my file in your room, but I can get them, a random test done at the beginning and at the end of September by Lawrence County Recovery, where he is still attending classes. He successfully completed that. They were random screens. Those were negative for alcohol. It's my understanding that this particular test that the court utilizes, alcohol can show up to 72 hours after consumption in it. Again, I think it's a one-off. He can address if the court would like, the consumption of the alcohol that evening. He does have a very strong, in addition to continuing the Lawrence County Recovery Services, he does have a strong support system now. I believe his minister's here with him as well.
All right, Mr. Daniels, you have a right to make a statement to the court if you wish to. You don't have to. I think I'm going to have some questions for you, but go ahead. Do you have anything you want to say, sir?
I'm just asking for a little compassion here in this case.
Well, quite honestly, my concern, sir, is that I see indications that this could be a much more serious issue with alcohol than what you've led on to the court. And that's what I want to address.
Yes, sir.
If it is a serious problem, as Mr. McCown said, you've got a lot of support, you've got a lot of ways to fight this, but the first step to fighting an alcohol problem is to admit, I have an alcohol problem.
Yes, sir.
If you're in denial and say, I don't have a problem, you're never going to address it. You're never going to change course from what you're doing now.
Yes, sir.
So if you're telling me you don't have an alcohol problem, if I say, well, I'll give you some jail time, but I'll suspend it if you can go a certain period of time and not consume any alcohol at all. So I assume that's something you feel like you can do.
I know I can do it.
Okay. because there's a way for me to detect whether that's correct
Yes,
or
sir.
not, and that's what I'm going to do. And we have made arrangements to have a scram bracelet available. I'm going to place that on you. So if you consume alcohol, it's going to come through your skin, and it's going to be monitored by this bracelet, and I'll be able to tell. I'll get a report that you did actually consume alcohol.
Okay.
And then I think I want you to continue currently with what you're doing as far as that you're representing to the court. You're getting some counseling now. So I'm going to order that you continue. That's going to be part of your order. But if you consume alcohol, we may go to a different methodology of counseling. I may up the ante on what you need to do as far as counseling. Because here's the thing. How old a man are you?
55.
Okay, that's still pretty young. You've got children, I understand?
3.
Okay. And you were a pilot?
Yes, sir.
Or are still a pilot?
Hopefully.
Who do you fly for?
Wheels Up, a private jet that Delta Airlines owns.
Okay. Well, my son just happens to be a pilot Delta, and he just sent me pictures. He's flew from Cincinnati to Paris yesterday. He's in Paris today.
Now.
And he flies the Airbus 330. So I got a little bit of familiarity with pilots and the culture and so forth. So are you on some kind of suspension now, or what's going on? Are they aware?
I'm on a leave of absence because I've got a medical issue with almost ruptured my eardrum during a pressurization issue.
Okay. Well, so they're not aware of this case then?
No, this happened after my leave of absence started.
Well, I think here's the thing. Here's the way I'm looking at this case. You're much more valuable to yourself, your family, in our community if you're clean and sober than you are if you do have an alcohol problem. You agree with that, I assume?
Yes.
And me putting you in jail is not going to solve your alcohol problem, and it's not really going to do anything for the community except cost them some money to feed and house you for a few days. So I'm willing to go for that ultimate goal, is that you be clean and sober. That's what I want to see happen out of this, that I am convinced that this is never going to happen again. Because, I sat here and watched the video.
Yes, sir.
You were extremely intoxicated. Extremely. You were a danger to yourselves, everybody else in the community, when you were out. Obviously, you navigated that vehicle to that yard. So when you were doing that, you were a danger. And I don't have any compunction about putting you in jail for that. But I think it's a better outcome for the community if you get clean and sober, can go back to work, can support your family, can maybe even use some of the knowledge that you gain from becoming clean and sober and helping other people. The first step, you got to admit there's a problem. So we're going to find out if you got a problem.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to say this too. If it's a really serious problem, you need to let us know, because withdrawal from alcohol is serious business.
I went 2 months. From July to the end of September, I didn't have a drink.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Okay, here's going to be your fine. I'm going to impose a $1,000 fine. I think it's worth it because it was pretty aggravated what you did. So I'm going to impose a $1,000 fine.
What are you going to charge him with?
4511-19-4. You need the period up there. It's not picking it up. The chain. There we go. Physical control of a motor vehicle. That's what the conviction is going to show. I'll impose a $1,000 fine. Or you pay the court costs. I'm going to enter a 1-year license suspension. In other words, recommendation for less. And I'm going to hold it in abeyance for now until we see what happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I feel like you've got a serious problem that you're not owning up to, I don't want you out on the road. And I'll reserve the right to impose that. But as of right now, I'll hold it in abeyance as to your 1-year license suspension.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to sentence you to 60 days in jail. And I'm going to suspend 40, I'll suspend all 60. On the condition that you wear a scram bracelet and go 46 days at least without alcohol.
Yes, sir.
So that's more than 6 weeks.
No problem.
I'm going to place him on 2 years. Let's make it level 3 probation. So Mr. Major's going to be your probation officer, and you're going to be reporting to him. I think we should come back for a review hearing first, pretty quickly, so I can get a report. And you've been going to Lawrence County Recovery?
Yes, sir.
You continue there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we're that you continue outpatient with Lawrence County Recovery. And I understand you've got other people supporting you. I see Pastor Jones here in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
That's a good resource for you.
Dan Schreiber, he's here also. He's one of my peers.
So you got a lot of people on your side that want to help you, but you got to take advantage of the help and bring them in. Don't shut them out. I'm going to set your first review hearing, which you're not required to attend, Mr. Count. You're
Thank you,
welcome
Your
to if you wish. December 8th, so that's 3 weeks. By then, I can get a report from Scram as to if there's been any violations. I suspect they'll notify us before then if there is a violation, but I want to just check to make sure as to what's going on with you.
That'll be at 9 a.m., Your Honor?
It'll be 9 a.m.
Your Honor, I have members of Carl Bowen's office here to put the place out on today.
Okay, so you're going to go to the probation office, have the bracelet placed. Any questions?
No, sir.
I'm going to add 30 hours of community service also.
May I do that at church, or does it?
You can do it here at the court.
Okay.
30 hours community service. Same review hearing date I said before, December 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. See Mr. Major in his office.
State of Ohio versus Cory A. Corles, case number TRC 23906, A, B, and C, on a recall. Your Honor, he is a prisoner of Lawrence County, but he is housed in the Southern County Jail.
Okay, I'm going to reschedule him then for November 22nd, and I want the sheriff to have him available either at the jail for teleconference or to bring to the court. So that's Wednesday, November 22nd, for a review, 9 o'clock.
State of Ohio recalls Bruce Mayner, case number TRC 231013, A and B. Bruce Mayner.
All right, have you seen the screen results? And what's your assessment?
As far as screening him, he qualifies. I did the screening. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're willing to take him then?
Yep, we'll take him right there now.
Bad soap source.
Yeah.
Well, we need We need Mr. Morford in here. He's his lawyer. He's not in here. Morford, need Morford. All right, Mr. Morford, you're representing Mr. Mayner, 231013. Hope Source says they will take him. It's my understanding he's willing to go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're taking him today from here? Okay, he's released to Hope Source. You're to stay there, come back for a pretrial about December 4th.
That's good to hear, Your Honor.
December 4th will be the next hearing for pretrial, 10 o'clock.
And, Your Honor, I guess under the circumstances, I think we've done everything we can do to get all the evidence that we needed. We actually got witnesses who saw the events that night. We got video, things of that nature. We consider this a very serious situation. I believe it's a...
Lifetime is like 5th or something.
Yeah, so...
6th.
You know, and we're perfectly happy to go ahead and have the trial or suppression hearing or whatever needs to be, but we don't feel that the treatment alone is going to be enough to satisfy the seriousness of this.
So you need a plea or a trial?
That's our position. And here's the thing, we want him to get help. After viewing all the evidence, including the police officer's interactions with Mr. Maynard, I was happy to see that he was getting in treatment. And I don't want this to turn into something where the worst possible treatment can happen to him. We'd rather him be in treatment. So if he would plead guilty and be successful in treatment, that would help us to make a recommendation for him that would be a lot more pleasant for him. So I haven't seen any of that.
Well, here's what I want to do, because I want to see how he does at Hope Source first. So I'm going to expect at the next hearing, December 4th, he's either going to enter a plea and file the motion that he wants a hearing on, or says he wants a trial. We're not just going to keep continuing and let him go to treatment and drag it out and not resolve the OBI. So the OBI is not going away. It's going to be dealt with in some fashion.
Understood, Judge.
Okay. Next hearing is December 4th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Butch.
State of Ohio versus Kenneth Roberts, who's back home.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Kenneth Roberts, case number CRB 23-142.
So I've been advised that we have a history with Mr. Roberts, and that they just don't feel like our facility would be appropriate for him at this point.
Okay. The hometown,
We have assessed him, and we can pick him up as soon as you need us to.
and you're wanting to go? Yes, sir. Okay, well, here's your opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm going to release him to hometown recovery on a OR bond. $2,500 OR bond. Set his next hearing for December 1st. I hope we'll hear from you if there's a problem before then, but otherwise, have him here December 1st or get a report as to how he's doing. He's doing well. So that's going to be a sentencing hearing, December 1st. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Cory Frasier, case number CRB 141129 and CRB 11574.
That's all.
All right, Mr. Frazier, should they tell you what the results are? Maybe you already know. Okay. Well, one of the, I mean, none of this is good, but one of them is like a killer. You know that? So what are we going to do about it? You got a treatment? You got, are you Medicaid? Do you get Medicaid? Okay, Ohio? Kentucky? Oh, okay, well that's, that throws a little monkey wrench into it. But that doesn't make it impossible. Well, sometimes we have someone here from ARC, but we don't today. I'm going to text my representative from ARC, but, well, actually, we have one from Hathaway to the west. I'll text both of them. See if either one of them can help us with you. Looks like I'm going to be here for a while, so I'll send them this text and we'll see what kind of response we get back. Okay, so I'll have you back out. Usually they're pretty good about responding.
State of Ohio versus Longping Yang, case number CRA 23669, A, B, and C.
Let's do them all at the same time.
State of Ohio versus Hlin, State of Ohio versus Anthony Lowe.
Hello, this is Chang. Can you hear me? All right, and you're approved by the Ohio Supreme Court? Is that right? Yes. Okay. We are having a hearing here in the Lawrence County Municipal Court today, and we're going to ask you to translate for us. So if there's any point where you can't hear or need have something repeated, please speak up. So.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. So we're missing an attorney.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I didn't see you. Okay, how are we going to proceed here? Do we have we're going to have an evidentiary hearing, or what are we going to do?
It appears that way, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Smith is talking to me about Longping Liang and an offer that if she could post actual $10,000 with the court as bond, that she would waive her preliminary. So, under the circumstances, I think that's probably not...
Has there been any, because rumored that there was going to be other charges filed in other jurisdictions. Anything happened on that?
We have representatives of Lowe's, their loss prevention regional people that are here to testify.
You might check with them, because I thought they were involved in West Virginia with this case.
Well, they're involved, I don't have
Or
any...
not these particular people, but it's my understanding that Lowe's was involved with another case in West Virginia, so I don't know if there's charges. I heard something about there might be charges filed on that, so.
Well, I can ask them.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Are there any holders outside of this court that are on this? But if there is anything, it's not been processed yet.
Yes, apparently. Okay. Okay. We can do okay, Mr. Hill.
We're, on mature reflection, as Mr. Dillon would have said, we would not make a recommendation or an agreement to recommend the cash bond as it's been proposed. We don't think that that's enough to secure her future appearance.
If I may, she is 34 weeks pregnant. Her husband and her 2 kids are U.S. citizens, her brother and sister are U.S. citizens, and I believe her parents live here too. She would leave the country, she's never going to come back and see her family, so I don't believe she's going to be a player. I prefer that she, obviously, can go and have a baby. She has a scheduled C-section, I believe, January 5th or 6th. So it's one that I understand the hesitation, but
Is Lowe's contemplating charge, or what's going on with the other cases?
There are charges that are going to be in Charleston, West Virginia. Now, I don't know if it involves all 3 of them, but this is a pattern, and the people from Lowe's will be able to fill the court in on exactly what they know about the larger situation. This is not something that's a one-time incident here. It is for here, but it's happened in numerous locations.
Have there been convictions in numerous?
They haven't caught them yet. They just now caught them.
Okay, so there have not been.
Not yet.
Well, it would have been nice if the folks in Charleston would have went ahead and got their charges filed in the week that they've been sitting in jail.
Well, they may have. We just don't know about it, I guess.
Well, shouldn't they be able to find that out, or?
They do know.
If the charges were filed, Your Honor, there would be a holder.
Well, you would think.
I mean, if there's not a holder, then that's because the people in Charleston either haven't filed the charges or filed the charges that didn't cause a holder to be placed on them. We've known that these people were in custody, so I think at this point, what evidence exists is that there are no charges.
Except that we haven't heard from the loss prevention people from Lowe's who have been here, are here.
Loss prevention people from Lowe's don't file charges in West Virginia.
No, but they do what they're doing here, that they testify and they provide information to law enforcement. So they'll know more than we know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave the bond as is. We can go ahead and have our hearing today. Do we have enough chairs for everybody?
Not sure we have enough. I don't care to stand over the side. We got 5 chairs. I'll stand.
Okay.
Well, I don't have good space around the table.
All right, is the interpreter still there?
Mr. Wood.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All that's, there's a bunch of preliminary things, so we're now going to have a hearing, and we'll need to have you to translate what the witness says. So that will be happening.
Don't have to move over a little bit. Look, I can get my guy. You're just coming to the chair.
How about that?
I'll stand. I'll stand.
As far as it goes, yeah. Okay, your witness, Mr. Hill?
Yes, Brad McGraw, please.
What's the, Brad McGraw, is that it, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
If I may, Your Honor, we're going to move for separation of witnesses. I don't know if he's planning on calling anybody else.
Is there anybody in here that's going to be a witness there in the other?
Well, he's Speaker.
All right, I'll turn off the speakers, and anyone that's going to be called as a witness, what we want you to testify is what you know, not what you heard somebody else testify to. So if you're in the courtroom, you need to vacate it until you're called. So we'll need for you to speak, and as Mr. Hill, short phrases, so they're being translated. The phone in front of you is for translate. There's a translator on the phone. Okay. All right, Mr. Hill.
Sir, could you state your name, please, and where you are employed?
My name is Brad McGraw. I am a Senior Asset Protection Manager for Lowe's.
Would you please translate that, ma'am?
I cannot hear very clearly, I'm sorry.
My name is Brad McGraw. I'm a Senior Asset Protection Manager for Lowe's.
OK， 好的，那我的名字叫 Brad， 他是Lowe's的一个高级经理。
Can I inquire whether, can you hear that? Here? Okay.
As part of your responsibilities and your duties with Lowe's, is the South Point, Ohio store something that you supervise?
So South Point, Ohio is within our district. I was down here last week because we were doing the inventory there. My normal stores are on the other side of our district. So that's not something I'm normally at, but I was last week due to inventory we're at.
Okay. Can you translate that, ma'am, or?
那么上个星期我在这个区域的Ohio店里边的这个工作，因为我们在做库存的经理，那么我一般是在州的这个一个的那个店，所以这个不是我经常去的店。
Next question.
While you were at the Lowe's store, were you there on November the 8th, 2023?
Yes, sir, I was. I was conducting inventory there.
And while you were there...
Hold on. We got to translate that.
Sorry.
Can you translate?
I can only hear Brad, and I cannot hear the other conversation. I just translate what Brad said.
Were you in the Lowe's store on November the 8th, 2023, and at that time, did you have occasion to come into contact with Longfeng Lian, Anthony Liu, and Zhao Hong Hlin?
Oh, let her translate that.
那么在10月8号，2023年，你们有没有在店里和这个安东尼啊、黑庄路跟他们有没有过接触？
Yes, I was at that Lowe's store on November 8th. I was conducting inventory there, and I did come in contact with all three of the persons that were just mentioned.
是的，在11月8号，我是在店里做重货经理，然后我碰到了您刚才说的这三个人。
Do you recognize those three people, and can you point them out in the courtroom?
请问您认不认得这三个人？您能不能够指认那三个人？
Did you understand? Did you understand?
Yes, I recognize them, and then they are the individuals that are seated across from me.
He has pointed at the defendants.
是的，我能认出来他们这三个人，他们现在是正在坐在我对面。
I'm going to try to break this down without, this is going to require some explanation. We'll have to do it in little pieces. But what caused you to come into contact with them?
Let her translate.
是什么原因你和他们有这个接触？
I was contacted by our corporate online fraud about fraudulent accounts that were being opened and then used to purchase gift cards. And they were moving through the area, so I was watching for them when they came to the store.
因为我们公司 司的这个反盗部门的人员跟我联系，说他们是在网上建立了一个冒充的欺诈的账户，然后开立了这个欺诈的账户呢是买礼物卡、购物卡，然后我被告知他们到这边的这个区域来，所以让我注意观察。
Did they come in the store on November the 8th, 2023?
那他们是有否在2023年11月8号来到店里呢？
Yes, sir. They came in the store and one of them attempted to open another Lowe's credit card or Lowe's business account, and that account was denied. The mail went to customer service and asked to open one, but we didn't have anybody up there to process it, so they both walked out of that store at the time.
Okay, we got to break this up. Okay, translate that much. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper. Whatever, translate that.
那么是的，他们在11月8号，2023年，他们来到店里，那么有一个人是想开一个 Lowe's 的信用卡、公司卡，但是被拒了，所以那位女性是到了客服部那边，但是他们没有人帮她解决，所以他们又都离开了。
Anything else to that question you want to add?
Well, so the reason I was contacted, they were tracking these people. This group over here has accounted for $70,000 in loss just since July. I've got all the paperwork here for it, tracking it through states from Florida to New Jersey.
好的，他说，那么我们的是一直在跟踪几个人，他们一共的这个欺诈金额高达7万，然后是在涉及到2个州，一个在佛罗里达和 New Jersey。那我这边有他的这个所有的一些资料。
Mr. McGraw, you mentioned that the male, which is Anthony Lowe, tried to open a credit account.
Objection. I don't think that accurately reflects the testimony.
Overruled. Better translate that.
Can you translate?
OK，那么您刚才说那位男性是 Anthony Lowe，他是想开立一个信用卡账户，对吗？
So at the store that day, he had walked to customer service to inquire about opening. He wanted to clarify that, but he did not go through any process to do that at that store. The female in the center over here, she did attempt to open one at the lumber register, and that was denied. Like the process went through the beginning was denied.
Who are you saying, sir, that was denied?
Let's break it up. Let's just address him first, and then you can come back and address the female, if you would, your answer.
Okay. So as far as
the male
over here at South Point, Ohio store, he had asked about opening a credit card, but he did not attempt to do so at that store.
Okay, let's translate that.
那么在 Atkinson 的 Ohio 那个店里，他是那个男性呢，他是尝试，就是在询问，这个信用卡的事情，但是他没有去尝试申请。
Okay, and then as to the female.
And that's the female I was referring to. She had went to our lumber register and actually had the cashier try to open either Lowe's credit card or Lowe's business account, but it came up as denied because it had already been flagged from our online fraud.
I'm objecting to your
这位
saying.
女性她到了我们的这个木材的这个结账中心去申请信用卡、公司信用卡，但是被拒了，因为我们的系统已经有这个预告提示。
Next question.
Which female was it?
The center.
That's the date. Court.
She raised her hand, so she understands.
Was there something criminal about her attempting to open a credit account?
Can you translate?
那么对于这位女性尝试开立这个信用卡，是否是有涉及刑事犯罪？
So yes, the identification that they're using to open these accounts, they're fraudulent in what they're using. Earlier that day, she had opened an account at South Charleston, West Virginia store, and that had been shut down after they left. It was a fraudulent account. And then the mail used that account to purchase $1,600 in gift cards, Lululemon and Nike gift cards.
好的，因为他们拿这个 ID 去申请，这个信用卡的这个 ID 都是假冒的，然后他们早些时候已经在这个 West Virginia 那边的店尝试申请，然后后面发现了，然后把它关掉了。那么这位男性还拿这个ID 呢是购买价值1600块钱的礼物卡，包括Lululemon这些店里的购物卡。
This is a compound sentence with a comma in it, okay? This effort to obtain whatever it was, a credit account of some sort, comma, was that something that your department was already aware of as a method of theft that these people were using?
那么他们这些人用这个信用卡在的店里用这个开立信用卡，是你们的这边已经是知道了，是他们盗窃的一种方式。
Yes, they were tracking this method of theft with the fraudulent accounts they were opening. This is being tracked. I've got a spreadsheet here that shows just this individual group with about $70,000 since June, and the total group that's involved in this whole thing is $2.6 million in every single transaction I have here since the beginning of the year.
是的，这个是他们用于这种方式来进行盗窃。我们是把他们所有的这个交易行为进行了追踪，那么总额是7万，然后从6个月到现在，这种犯罪团伙的这个总金额高达260万美元。我这边有一个这个明细表。
In the process of applying for the credit, did she use her own information or another person's information?
在她使用这个，在她申请信用卡的过程中，她是使用的她自己的个人信息，还是使用的其他人的信息？
So the credit that was opened at the South Charleston store, the name on the card, the ID card she used, I believe, was the name they made up, but the ID came back to a legitimate person. That person was contacted when the account was opened to determine it was online fraud, and it was closed, but in that time span, they'd already used it to purchase gift cards and $1,600 at that store.
好的，在那个 South Charleston 那个店里，他们申请信用卡的时候。 那个名字是他们的，不是他的名字，是别人的假名字。但是后来发现这个人是有这么一个人，然后那位被他们假冒的那个人后来给我们打个电话，告诉我这个账户呢是被盗用，是一个欺诈的开立账户，所以我们把它关掉了。 但那个时候，他们用这个账户已经在San Charles 那个店呢买了礼物卡，买了价值1600块钱的礼物卡。
Is the application on paper, or is it a computerized where you have to read it off of the screen.
他们的申请资料是写在纸上的，还是在电脑里面的？
The applications are taken digitally on the computer, and even at one of the stores, you can see her go on and register to tell the employee how to continue the application.
这个所有的这个申请资料都在电脑里面，那么在电子上是告诉这个电子雇员，然后是输入在这个电脑里。
Did the person who took the application speak English?
那么帮他们处理这个申请的人是否说英文？
As far as my knowledge of that, they did when they took the applications, when they applied for them.
据我所知，是的，他们在当场申请过程中失去了这个资料，说英文。
As far as the South Point store goes, did any of the people actually accomplish a theft? In other words, did they actually steal anything from the store?
那么在这个South Point 这个店里，他们这些人，他们有没有完成欺诈？也就是说，有没有拿到这个欺诈成功？
They did not from the South Point store. They attempted to acquire the credit card application, but it didn't go through, so not from that store in particular.
在那个 South Point 这个店没有，他们有尝试做，但是没有成功。
To your knowledge, did these three people arrive at the store in an automobile, in the same automobile?
I'm sorry. Sir, can you repeat it?
Did all three people arrive at the store in the same automobile?
那么请问这三个人是不是乘坐的同一辆车到的商店？
Yes, sir. They arrived and left in a black Mercedes SUV that online fraud had contacted me about, sending me pictures that had been tracking through several states.
他们离开的是一个黑色的 Mercedes-Benz 的 SUV。那我们的这个盗运部门已经跟我提供了这个车的相片。
Were they apprehended by a local deputy sheriff, law enforcement officer?
那他们有没有被当地的警察逮捕？
Yes, sir. Deputy sheriffs pulled them over in the parking lot there, and that's where they made the stop. And they found all the IDs and SIM cards and everything over there.
是的，那么警察是在停车场把他们拦下，他们留下，然后发现了车里发现了那个 ID 啊、SIM 卡这些。
Are you able to give some details on, you mentioned ID cards, SIM cards, exactly what was found in the car?
你能不能跟我提供一些在车里发现的那个 ID 啊、SIM 卡这些细节？具体在车里面发现了什么？
I'm going to object. He testified that a deputy made this contact, not that he made it, so I don't know where you have any knowledge of that.
You can give it found a hearsay is available, can be used on their hearing, but go ahead. Whatever your knowledge is, you can let the court know.
So this is to the best of my knowledge, and I was standing there with them when they recovered this. There were 67 IDs that were recovered, all from multiple states. There were 2 stacks of SIM cards. I can't tell you the exact amount of those that were in the vehicle.
好的，这个据我所知， 的是他们发现了是7张不同的 ID， 是属于不同的州的 ID， 然后还有2沓这个 SIM 卡，我具体不知道多少数量。
The 67 IDs, did those belong to people other than these three?
那么这67个 ID 是属于除了这3个人以外的其他人吗？
Yes, sir. The pictures on the ID, most of those are from either a male or female that has been with him that is not present in this courtroom right now. But I have the pictures over here that is part of that $70,000 group. And it's pictured with him in multiple stores, and I have that right here in front of me.
好的，那么这些 ID 上面的相片，就是不是现在在这个房间里头的这3个人但是呢都是男性、女性，是属于这个团伙里头的一些其他人，因为我只有他们的这个相片为证，他们是这个一共欺诈7万块钱的那些团伙成员。
Was there any other contraband that was found in the vehicle or on the persons of the 3 people?
那么在车里头和这3个人身上有没有发现被盗品？
I personally do not have any knowledge of any other contraband other than what I saw them recover with the IDs and SIM cards.
那么除了我所知道的这个 ID 和SIM 卡之外，我不清楚有没有其他的物件。
One of the charges is receiving stolen property. Was there anything identified as stolen that was in their possession?
那么有一个指控是他们有偷盗财物那么有没有这个他们发现的那些东西有没有被盗的是被盗的物品？
As I stated before, the only thing that I know of they had in their possession at that time was the ID cards and the SIM cards, other than just personal belongings. So I'm not aware of that if there was.
从那一次那个时候我所知道只有这个 ID 和 SIM 卡的还有他们一些个人物品，我不清楚有没有其他的。
What's the significance of the SIM cards as far as your investigation of this?
那么根据您的就是对您的调查而言，这个 SIM 卡有什么样的重要性？
The only reason I would mention that is just because they have large 2 stacks of them, and normally we've seen in the past that's used, just for burner phones and things. But that is only what I perceive that as.
那么因为我提到这个的原因，是因为他们一共是有2摞这个 SIM 卡，是数量比较多，然后我想它是用于这些 burner 电话所用，所以这个是我提到这个是这个的原因。
What are burner phones?
是什么 burner 电话？
I was just using that term to refer to changing out SIM cards and phones so that they can't be tracked, so that they can use them and discard them and enter new SIM cards so that they're not being tracked with the same number.
那么我说这种 burner 电话呢，就是说意思就是指别人不能够追踪这个电话是在哪里，是谁使用的，这样他们可以用了以后马上就可以把它丢掉，而不被追踪发现。
Is that indicative of criminal activity?
那么这个是不是也是那个涉及到那个犯罪行为？
I mean, just speaking from general behavior, we've seen on those cases that normally is, but I cannot tell you that that is 100%, you know, what they're using.
那么一般来说的话，是的，这个是用于犯罪行为的，但是关于这个案组本身，我没有办法明确确定的告知。
This all took place at or near the Lowe's home improvement store in South Point, Ohio, correct?
那么这所有都是发生在Lowe's 的商店，在那个 South Point Ohio 这个店附近的，对吗？
Yes, sir, that is where they were pulled over in the parking lot by the Morris County Sheriff's Department.
是的，这个是他们当时在停车场被警察拦下来。
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Can you translate?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Can you say one more time? Sorry.
That's all I have of this witness.
好的，那这是我所需要这个证人说的所有内容。
Who has questions?
Your Honor, I do, if I could go, it shouldn't take long. Mr. McGraw, I represent Longfang Leon. She can translate that, though.
Yeah, I'm not, I cannot hear very clearly.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. McGraw, my name is Tyler Smith, and I represent Longfang Leon.
Okay. 那么我们是代表Long Family Home。
You testified a few minutes ago that accounts were to be opened. One was at the lumber section, another one didn't go through. Did Ms. Leong try to open any accounts at Lowe's in South Point?
那么你刚才是提到有一个账户是在木材那边这个中心那边开立，那么另外一个没有成功。
To my knowledge, she did not.
那么据我所知，他没有。
So, as far as you're aware, only 2 people applied for applications for gift cards, is that correct?
那么据你所知是只有2个人申请了这个礼物卡，是这样吗？
As far as I know, during that day, it was actually 3 separate Lowe's locations. Only the 2 applied or bought gift cards or applied for Lowe's cards.
好的，据我所知，那天是只有2人申请或者是买了 Lowe's 的这个礼物卡。
Are you aware whether Ms. Liang was in the Lowe's stores in West Virginia?
那么您知道Hlin是在West Virginia 的 Lowe's 店吗？
Yes, sir. The vehicle that she was driving is at South Charleston Lowe's and at Nitro Lowe's. They came there at 12:15, then at 1:51 p.m. that same day at Nitro, and then showed up at store 455, which is South Carolina.
是的，他当时是在早上12点15分，下午12点15分在那个道说那个店，然后在下午1点51分，现在那个 North Point 那个店是在351那个店。
Did Ms. Liang try to fill out an application or apply for a gift card at any of the West Virginia stores?
那 Ms. Lee 有没有在 West Virginia 那个店做申请卡？
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
没有，据我所知。
As far as you're aware, she was just driving the black Mercedes?
据你所知，他是驾驶了一辆黑色的奔驰车，对吗？
Yes, sir, that is correct.
是的，正确。
You mentioned SIM cards were found in the vehicle, but you can't say whether that was actually used as a tool of any crime committed at South Point was, is that correct?
那么您说在车上你发现了一些 SIM 卡，但是您并不确定这个 SIM 卡是不是在South Point 这个店里，它是用于犯罪的一个工具，对吗？
Yes, sir, that is correct.
是的，正确。
Do you know where these IDs and SIM cards were located in the vehicle?
您知道这些 ID 和 SIM 卡是在车里的哪个地方放着在？
No, sir, I don't know exactly where they were located. I was out there after he was already going through the stuff that was on the hood of the vehicle at that time.
我不知道，因为我最后过来的时候，他们已经是警察已经翻过了这个里面的东西。
I have nothing further, John.
Anyone else
好，
have
没有其
questions?
他要问的。
I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Sir,
我有几个问题。
sir, in this alleged $2.6 million losses, has Ms. Hlin been convicted of any offenses related to that amount of money or criminal conduct?
那么您有提到过这个办公对太阳和涉及的金额是260万，那么您有没有涉及到这个犯罪，就是这个集团犯罪的罪行？
I don't have with me any convictions for her on here. I do have pictures of her and the others at locations all up the coast that run up to about $70,000, and the list of transactions and the dates from every store.
You don't have any convictions for that, though, do you? I'm sorry. Sorry. Ken.
我没有 ，sorry， 我没有他的这个关于他的这个指控罪行，但是我有他在沿海线上不同的州、不同的店里面，进行这个交费把最高就是总计为7万块钱的一些证据和名单。
Do you have any pictures of Miss Hlin stealing anything from Lowe's in South Point, Ohio?
请问你有没有这个相片来证明那个 Hlin 在 South Point Ohio 店里盗窃的证据相片？
As I previously stated, she attempted to open a fraudulent card, but it got denied. I do have pictures of her attempting to do that, but it was denied because it was already flagged for fraud.
Well, sir, my question is...
Mr. Morford, wait.
I forget, Judge, I'm sorry.
好，那如我前面所述，他是尝试在开立那个虚假的账户，但是被拒了。
He's admitted there's no convictions, Mr. Morford. Can we move on past that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have any evidence that Miss Hlin committed any forgery in South Point, Lowe's?
那么你有没有证据他在 South Point Lowe 有那个假冒，就是扮假冒或者伪造罪行？
So when they apply for a credit card like that, it goes through Synchrony Bank. Synchrony Bank has all that information. I don't have that particular one with me since it was denied.
所以他申请的时候，所有的信息到 Synchrony Bank。那么我这里没有这个具体的这个信息，但是这个申请被拒了。
What name did Miss Hlin use when she applied for the credit card and the lumber department?
那他在木材店那 这边申请信用卡的时候，他用的什么字？
Again, it goes through Synchrony Bank, and they would have that information. We don't have that yet, since it just happened last week. But I was physically there and watching videos. She attempted to do it when I was in the car.
这个信息是在 Synchrony Bank， 因为这个是上个星期发生的，我这边没有这个信息。但是，我是他在那边尝试做这个时候，我是有 video， 我是一直看到的。
So you don't know what name she might have used?
所以你不知道他是用的什么名字，对吗？
No, I do not right off.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
知道。
Mr. Stein.
Sir, my name is Luke Steyer. I'm representing Mr. Liu today.
你好，我名字叫陆大，我是代表。
You testified earlier that when you came outside, the alleged IDs and SIM cards were on the hood of the vehicle. Is that correct?
那么您刚才说您出来的时候，是这个 SIM 卡和 ID 都在车的椅盖上，对吗？
So I was outside with the officers when they made the initial stop, and then I went back inside with Deputy Mullins. And when we came back out, that's when he searched the vehicle, and I was off to the side when I walked back. Yes, he had those out on the vehicle. I did not see him retrieve those from him.
那我刚开始的时候是在停车场和那个Officer Mullen， 然后后来我们进去了，然后我们出来的时候，然后这个东西已经在外面，所以但我没有看到他是从车的哪个部位拿出来的。
And you can't testify that any of these materials were found on Mr. Liu's person.
那你能不能做证说这些物件都是从路那边身上找到的，对吗？
That is correct. I don't have knowledge of that.
是的，我不知道。
Okay. Do you know whose name the vehicle was registered?
请问您知道这个车是注册车主是谁吗？
I only have secondhand knowledge of that, but from what I understand, it was registered in the defendant's name over here, and that's just what I was told.
Which defendant, sir?
The first one over here.
Longfing?
Yes, Longfing.
我没有这个，我只有第二手的资料在这边，我只知道这个车是在这边的这个人其中之一的名下，但我不知道具体是谁。
And you didn't see Mr. Liu operating the vehicle at South Point Lowe's.
您在 South Point Lowe's 没有看到路来驾驶这种车，对吗？
That is correct. He was a passenger. I did not see him operating the vehicle.
是的，他在车上是乘客，他没有开车。
Those are all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
这是我要问的所有问题。
Mr. Hill, anything else?
I do have one. I can remember what it was. Ms. Zhao Hong Lin, when she made that application, did she use her own name?
那么 Miss Zhao Honglin 在他做那个申请的时候，他用的是他自己的名字吗？
As I stated before, I don't know what name she used right then because I don't have that back from Synchrony. But that information was supposed to be sent to Deputy Mullins, so you may have that.
的，像我前面说的，这个信息是在Singular 那边，我们这边没有，但这个信息已经发到警官 Nolan 那边去了，应该，他应该有。
That's all I have with this witness, Your Honor.
I have no follow-up, Your Honor.
Nothing, Judge.
Okay, you may step down. You have another witness.
Deputy Mullins. Deputy Mullins.
Would you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May you see.
Sir, can you state your name and where you are employed?
Charles Mullins, I'm employed with the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office.
He has to translate.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear the response.
Sir, can you state your name and where you are employed?
Charles Mullins.
You'll get the hang of it.
Can you translate?
Okay, I can only hear the question, but I cannot hear the response.
Don't say anything. Sir, can you state your name and where you are employed?
Can you translate?
对，他是请问您是在哪？他说，那么，先生，请告诉我您的姓名，您是在哪里工作？
Charles Mullins, I'm employed with the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office in Harrington, Ohio.
好，那我的名字叫 Charles Mullins，我是在那个Atkinson警察局工作的。
Did you respond to a request from Lowe's, the Lowe's store in Fayette Township in Lawrence County, Ohio on November the 8th while you were on duty?
那么，请问在11月8号，你是在工作的时候，是不是根据 Lowe's 的要求，您当时到了这个 Lowe's 的现场？
Yes, I did.
是的，我去了。
What was the purpose for you being dispatched to that store?
那你被派去那个商店的原因是什么？
That there were two subjects in the store that had a history of committing thefts at Lowe's locations.
那有2个人是有在 Lowe's 的这个店里进行欺诈行为的历史。
When you arrived at the store, what did you first encounter?
在你刚去店里的时候，你首先遇到的是什么？
I was contacted in the parking lot by Senior Asset Protection Manager Brittney Taylor and District Asset Protection Manager Laura Bickford. Ms. Taylor advised that there was a male subject who had left the store and was walking eastbound across this parking lot.
好的，那么我在商店里的时候，我就遇到了他们的思想管理Brittney 和另外一位是 Lowe， 他们是告诉我那个女性的犯罪人员正在往东边行走，在停车场那边。
Mr. Hill.
It's my turn.
Do you have more to say?
I can expand on it there.
Did you locate the person that they were talking about?
那你们找到他们所说的那个人？
Yes, he got into a black Mercedes SUV and they started to drive off.
是的，他是进了一个黑色的奔驰 SUV， 然后准备开走。
Were there other people in the black SUV?
那在车里面，黑色的 SUV 车里面有没有其他人？
Yes, when I stopped the vehicle, there were 2 females, one driving, and one in the front seat, and a male in the back seat.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say one more time?
Yes, ma'am. There were, when I stopped the car, there were 2 females in the front seats of the car and a male in the back seat.
Thank you. 那我在停下这个车的时候，是有2个女性坐在前排车位，前排，然后一个男性坐在后排。
Was the male in the back seat Anthony Lowe?
请问坐在后排的那个男性是不是安吉路？
Yes, he was identified as Anthony Liu.
是的，他告知是 Anthony Liu。
Is that the gentleman that's seated next to Mr. Steyer here in the courtroom?
那么请问是那位坐在Mr. Farrell 旁边的那位先生吗？
Yes, Mr. Liu is seated between Mr. Morford and Mr. Steyer here at the defense table.
是的，他在Mr. Morford 和 Mr. Farrell 之间。
Were one of the 2 ladies here driving the vehicle?
Yes.
那么请问是在这里的2个女性之一，有一个是驾车人是吗？
Yes. The young lady that's sitting to the right of, I believe, Mr. Smith.
是的，年轻的女士。
And that is Long Fen Liang?
那个是Long Fen Liang对吗？
Yes, that's correct.
是的。
And was the passenger Zhao Hong Lin?
那么在乘客位是不是Zhao Fenlin？
That is correct, and she's seated to the left of Mr. Morford at the defense table.
是的，他现在在Miss Morford 左边。
You stopped the vehicle, comma. Was there what was your basis to make that stop, as far as the knowledge that you had already found out from the Lowe's personnel?
好的，那么除了您就是Lowe's 的人员告诉你的情况，你把他们停下车的这个基础是什么？原因是什么？
Ms. Taylor had advised me that these 3 individuals were part of a group of subjects that had been traveling up and down the eastern portion of the United States committing thefts at various Lowe's locations.
那 Mr. Taylor 告诉我，这些人呢是在东部的好些不同的 Lowe's 厂商店这个经营欺诈行为。
I was joined by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Bickford in the parking lot by Mr. McGraw, who gave testimony earlier. It was my understanding that Mr. Liu had went into the Lowe's in South Charleston, West Virginia earlier that day and filed a fraudulent credit application. And it was for purposes of stopping the vehicle, identifying the occupants, and obtaining Mr. Liu's correct identification.
好的，那么我们当时是在 店里呢碰到了这个刚才作证的那位先生，同时呢，他们告诉我路呢当天是在 South Charleston, West Virginia， 已经有了这个欺诈的行为。
Did you also receive information about one of these three people attempting the same to open a fraudulent account at the Lowe's in South Point?
那么您是否当时收到的信息，其中的有一个人是在 South Point， 这个 Lowe's 尝试开立一个新的账户？
Yes. When another deputy, Deputy Atkinson, came on scene to assist me, I had him stand by with these three individuals, and I went inside with Mr. McGraw. It was at that time I spoke with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Caitlin with Synchrony Bank, who handles the financial aspect of credit cards and so forth for Lowe's.
是的，然后我的那个同伴Iceberg 过来，后来是来帮助我，然后我们同时呢也和这个 Lowe's 一位先生叫 Mr. Caitlin 跟他说了一下，他是处理 Lowe's 这边财务方面的负责人员。
Further conversation with Mr. Caitlin revealed that I believe it's going to be Miss Hlin had filed a credit application at the Lowe's in South Point under the company name of Win Trading, under the name of, I believe it's Quinn, Q-I-N-W-E-N, giving an address in New York City.
好的，那么在和 Mr. Keon 谈话过程中，他们跟我说到了，这个 Hlin 呢在South Point 那边也申请过信用，是用了这个名字是叫金问 Q-I-N-W-N， 在纽约，公文在纽约开的，地址是纽约。
Mr. McGraw was able to pull up video footage of Miss Hlin, I guess, applying for the credit card there at the store. Mr. Caitlin also was able to provide me with a screenshot of the credit application on the screen as he pulled it up at his office to expedite things.
那 Dr. McGraw 呢，他给我显示了，给我看了一下，Hlin 当时在那申请信用卡的一个录像。那么 Mr. Keon 呢，也给我展示了一下他的这个申请的一个截屏。
As a result of everything that you learned, then, did you conduct a search of the black Mercedes SUV?
那根据您所提供的情况之后，你有没有搜一下那个黑色的 SUV， 奔驰 SUV？
At the time that I exited the store and I came back out, I detained Miss Hlin and Mr. Lowe. They were placed in patrol vehicles, and I spoke to Miss Longfang, that's how right? The owner of the vehicle. I'm sorry, Miss Liang. And I asked her if this was her vehicle, verified that it was, and asked for consent to search the vehicle, which she consented to in the presence of Deputy Atkinson.
Did she speak English with you? Oh, I'm sorry.
好的，那个时候呢，我就是把那个 Hlin 和 Lowe， 然后放在我的这个警车里面，然后我去问一下Hlin，问一下这个是不是他的车，然后他确认了是。
Did she speak English with you?
那他是用英语和你交流的吗？
Miss Liang indicated that she understood what I was asking her. Mr. Lowe, I had also posed a question to him, asking him where he had been earlier in the day, and he said visiting with a friend in Kentucky. So I was under the impression that they understood some English, maybe not everything that I was saying, but she did give consent to search the vehicle.
他说他理解我的那个话，然后同时我也问了路那个当天他是在哪里，他说他是在 Kentucky 去看他的一个朋友，所以我当时应该觉得他们是可以说一些英文的。
What did you locate in the car?
那么你在车里头找到了什么？
Inside the vehicle, the center console, I collected 17 driver's license laying loose from the states of South Carolina, Mississippi, and Florida. Also 67 Leica mobile SIM cards, and there was also a plastic grocery bag containing 66 assorted driver's license banded up.
That's probably enough right there for.
My apologies, Your Honor.
那我在中间的那个 console 那里发现了是有17个驾驶执照，是在很多不同的州，Louisiana、Florida、Mississippi 所有的很多不同的州的，然后我还找到67个 SIM 卡，还有一些那个商店的一个购物塑料袋，里面也有66个驾照。
There's a 66 assorted driver's license from the following states: Illinois, California, Maryland, South Carolina, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania.
那么在那66个驾照的州，因为爱尔兰、South Carolina 还有Pennsylvania 加那个宾州。
Also, it should be noted that Mr. Lowe and Ms. Hlin, when I detained them, I collected their cell phones and placed them on the hood of the car. Later, in inventorying that for evidence, Mr. Lowe's cell phone, when I removed the cover to determine what type of phone it was or brand, there was a Maryland driver's license.
好的，那当时我也把陆和林的手机拿了。当时我在查看陆的手机，把它打开盖子想看一下是什么手机的情况下，上面有显示是一个马里兰州的驾照。
Collected from Mr. Lowe was also a New York driver's license with his actual name and address. The Maryland driver's license had the name of Weishi Yin of Rockville, Maryland. The photograph is not the same between the two subjects.
那么同时，我后来在陆那边也发现了他纽约州的他自己本人的有他的名字的这个驾照和他的地址。然后那个马里兰的是另外一个人叫威淑玉的一个驾照。
Deputy, did you form an educated belief that at least some of these IDs were stolen?
请问你有没有就是至少是合理的猜测这些有一些这些 ID 是被盗的，是盗的 ID？
Yes, I did. After discovering these items, I asked Ms. Liang if she could explain why these items were in the console of her vehicle. She stated that her husband purchases them.
是的，那么我在发现这些物件之后，我问Hlin，他怎么会有这么多 ID？ 他告诉我是他丈夫购买的。
Do you know who the vehicle was titled to?
这辆车是谁的车？
Yes, sir, to the best of my recollection, it's titled to Miss Liang. It had a Florida registration that comes back to her.
那么这个根据查这个开头，它是在佛罗里达，是他的名字。
Besides the IDs, was there anything else that you found that you believe was stolen property?
那么除了这个 ID 之外，有没有找到其他的物件？你认为是偷的东西？
I did not find anything else of evidentiary value other than I did find 12 SIM cards in Miss Liang's purse. My inventory is lawful arrest.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. The only thing else that I found of evidentiary value was I found 12 SIM cards in Miss Liang's purse after I took her into custody.
然后把它买之后，我还看到了12个 SIM 卡，还有一些钱包。
As a law enforcement officer trained to know about such things, is there some significance to these SIM cards as far as criminality?
那么作为您是一个受过训的警官，那么您对这个 SIM 卡买这么多的 SIM 卡，您认为它对这个犯罪有什么？
It's my understanding that this particular type of SIM card is used by scammers to utilize different phone numbers.
据我所知，那么这样的 SIM 卡是被这些从事这个欺诈的人员使用在不同的电话号码。
That's all I have.
这是我需要问的所有内容。
Questions for Deputy Mullins?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Mullins, you testified that you got the call because of 2 suspects in the store.
That's correct.
Is that what it was?
那么您是被告知在店里有2个嫌疑人是吗？
That is correct, Mr. Smith.
是的。
Which 2 suspects were you referring to? There's 3 defendants sitting here at the table.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear very well.
I'll say it again. Which 2 defendants were you referring to? There are 3 defendants sitting at the table.
那么现在这里有3个嫌疑人，那么您所指的是哪2个？
Mr. Lowe and Miss Hlin were the 2 individuals that were in the store.
那么一个是陆先生，一个是李女士，是2个在店内。
You said Miss Lynn and Mr. Liu were in the store. Does that mean Miss Liang, Long Fang Liang, was not in the store as far as you know?
那您刚才说是陆先生和李女士在店里，那么这个Miss Liang是不在店里，对吗？
To the best of my knowledge, she was not in the store.
那据我所知，她是不在店里。
You testified you watched some video of applications being made. Did you see Miss Liang in the video you watched?
那么您刚才提到您看了这个关于他们申请的一个录像，那么在那个录像里 ，Miss Liang 在不在？
No, sir, I did not see her in any video footage that I observed.
没有，我在我所看到录像里没有看到她。
Your first interaction with Miss Liang was when you approached the vehicle that she was driving. Is that correct?
那么您第一次看到 Miss Liang 是看到了，就是她在开那个车是吗？
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
是的，正确。
And Ms. Leon cooperated with you, she consented to a search and discussed everything you asked.
好的，那么梁女士很合作，同意您搜她的车，然后回答您问的问题，对吗？
Yes, sir.
是的。
The IDs that you found in the console and in, I believe you said in a grocery bag, were any of the IDs, did they have Ms. Leong's picture on the IDs?
那么您在车的这个储物盒和这个购物袋里面发现的这些 ID 有没有明亮的 ID？
No, sir. However, Miss Lynn's picture was on a number of them.
没有看到明亮的相片在这些 ID 上。
Did you find an ID on, any ID, even the one that belongs to Ms. Leong, on her person?
那么你有没有看见I'm sorry, can you say one more time?
Did you find any IDs on Ms. Leong's person?
那么你在 Miss 亮的包里面有没有看到 ID？
Other than her personal identification, no.
那除了她的 purse 那个钱包 ID 没有看到其他。
And you testified that you found 12 SIM cards in her purse that belonged to, that would be put into a cell phone, is that correct?
那您说在她的钱包里面是找到了12个 SIM 卡，对吗？
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
是的，正确。
Do you have any evidence or knowledge that those 12 SIM cards were used in a crime that was committed in South Point, Ohio?
请问您是否有证据证明是这个 SIM 卡是在 South Point Ohio 犯罪所使用的 SIM 卡？
That question I could not answer because I don't know what content and what information would be contained on those items.
所以我没有办法回答这个问题，因为我不知道这个 SIM 卡上有装载了些什么内容。
I have nothing further.
我没有其他问题了。
Deputy Mullins, what stolen property did you find on Miss Lynn?
On Miss Lynn?
Miss Lynn, lady to my left.
Mullen 有没有在他的这个车里面看见其他那个被盗的物件？
Physically on her person, no.
那么在他的钱包里面没有。
You didn't find an ID or driver's license belonging to somebody else other than Miss Lynn in her possession?
那么您没有在Miss Lynn 钱包里面除了他自己的 ID 驾照之外，没有看到是属于其他人的 ID 对吗？
Other than her personal identification that I believe I recovered from her, I did not find any other ID on Miss Lynn. No.
What actions of hers?
那除了他的 ID， 我没有发现其他人的 ID 在他的钱包里面。
What actions of Miss Lynn constitute forgery?
那么 Miss Lynn 是什么行为造成她是属于伪造罪？
Based on my observation, Mr. Morford, the fact that she entered the store filing for a credit application using someone else's name that was determined to be a real person.
那么她去商店里申请信用卡用的是其他人的 ID， 那么这个 ID 是属于一个真实的人的一个 ID。
The name that she used was a company, wasn't it? Wind Trading?
Well, actually, she filed,
那么他使用的这个名字是一个公司的名字，是 Name Trade 是吗？
the application she filed was for a commercial application for a commercial credit card. Under the Wind Trading was the name of the company. The name, which was, I guess, for the contact person was QINWEN, Win-Win.
他申请的是一个公司账户，然后是公司名叫 Wind Trade， 然后那个联系人的名字是叫 Keon， 是 QINWEN。
Did I understand you say you had conversation with Wind Trading?
I did not. Mr. Caitlin, I'm sorry.
The name that she used was Wind Trading. Did you talk to Wind Trading?
那他使用的名字是 Wind Trade， 你有没有和 Wind Trade 进行联系？
No, sir, I did not.
没有，我没有。
You don't know whether Miss Lynn owns that company?
你不知道是否 Miss Lynn 拥有这个公司，对吗？
No, sir, I do not, but I also know that her name is not Quinn Wynn.
You know, I didn't hear the last one.
这我不知道，但是这上面显示的名字年轻人是 Quinn Wynn。
I didn't hear the last part.
He said he knows her name's not Quinn Wynn.
Okay. You don't know if she might be related to that person, do you?
您是否知道他和这个人有没有可能是有什么关系？
No, sir, I did not.
我不知道。
You don't know that she is affiliated in any way with Wind Trading or not, do you?
你不知道他是不是属于 Wind Trade 的公司的，对吗？
I could not answer that question. I do not know if she's affiliated with any company by that name.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
我没有办法回答这个问题，我不知道他是否和这个公司的名称有任何关系。
Deputy, you stated that you pulled the car over in response to a request from Lowe stating that two people that had done something in some other state were in the Lowe store.
那么，警官，您说你把这个车拦下来是因为那个 Lowe 给你要求说有这两个人在罗斯其他店里也有过这种欺诈行为。
Yes, sir, that is correct.
是的，是。
And you testified that later, after you had pulled the car over, you were made aware of some complaints of some things that had happened in the Lowe store in South Point.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes. Later, after you pulled the car over, you became aware of some alleged activity in the Lowe store.
好的，你把他们是停下来之后，然后你开始知道了他们在 Lowe 的这样的一些行为。
Yes, further into my investigation, yes, I was informed of what had taken place in the store.
是的，我在进一步调查以后，我被告知他们在 Lowe 的一些行为。
So when you stopped the car and detained the defendants, you had not been informed of any criminal activity in the state of Ohio.
所以您是当时是停住了这个车，然后把他们逮捕，但是您并不知道他们在 Ohio 州有任何的犯罪行为。
In answer to your question, Mr. Steyer, was an investigatory stop to obtain identification from the occupants of the vehicle from the South Charleston Police Department.
是要停下他们的车，也是查一下他们的 ID 证件。
So it's your testimony now that it's not Lowe's who asked you to stop these folks, but it's South Charleston Police Department that asked you to?
所以你的意思是指你把这个车拦下，并不是Lowe's要求你这么做的，而是那个警察局要求你这么做的，对吗？
Lowe's made me aware of what had taken place, and they asked, they wanted the people stopped. Identification obtained from them because they've been in and out of stores in different locations. Evidently, from what I understand, their corporate office had sent some type of notification to the asset protection.
好的，那么 Lowe's 就是他们让我知道是发生了什么情况，所以我停下了他们。然后他们是在不同的 Lowe's 的店里已经有类似的这个行为。那么 Lowe's 的总部是把他们的这些情况已经发出警告，给了他们的这个资产保护部。
But the question is, did the South Charleston Police Department ask you to stop these folks, or did Lowe's ask you to stop these folks?
那我的问题是 ，Lowe's 要求你把这些人拦下，还是Charles 的这个警察局让你把这些人拦下？
Lowe's had made me aware that they had come into the store. They didn't ask me necessarily to stop the vehicle, but I stopped them for investigatory purposes based on what they told me.
那么 Lowe's 并没有叫我去拦下他们 ，Lowe's 告诉我他们在店里的一些行为。那么我是因为要调查的原因，所以我要拦下他们的车。
And at what point in this process did you put Mr. Lowe into a police car and hold him?
那么是在什么的时间点，你把 Miss Lowe 让他把他自己停在这个警车里面？
To the best of my recollection, Mr. Steyer was after I went in the store and then came back out after I had talked to Mr. Caitlin the second night.
好了，那么按照我能够回想起的，我去了商店和Mr. Caitlin 谈了之后，在从店里出来以后。
And the fellow from the bank did not tell you that Mr. Lowe had taken any illegal action in South Point, Ohio, did he?
好，那么他们那边的 bank 有没有告诉你，在Mr. Lowe 是在其他的这个店里也采取了这些行为？
Not to the best of my recollection, Mr. Steyer did not.
没有，所以按照我所记忆的没有。
Do you speak Mandarin Chinese?
请问您是否说国语？
I do not speak the Chinese language in any dialect.
我不说中文，也不说任何的中文方言。
Do you understand Mandarin Chinese?
请问您是否理解国语？
The answer to that would be no, Mr. Steyer.
那么回答是没有，不。
When you were questioning these folks, did you have a translator present?
那你有没有问他们有没有翻译？
That would be no, Mr. Steyer.
没有。
When you sought consent to search the vehicle, did you have a translator present?
那么您在搜索这个车的时候，你有没有要求翻译？
That would be no, Mr. Steyer.
Did you Mirandize Mr. Liu?
没有。
Sorry. Did you Mirandize Mr. Liu at any point?
那么你那么在任何时候，你有没有给这个陆先生念他的 Miranda 权利？
Not to the best of my recollection, no, Mr. Starr.
那据我所回想，没有。
You testified that you found an identification card from Maryland in a phone case that you took from Mr. Lowe.
那么你说
Well, I'll get a letter to translate before I ask the question.
OK，
At what point in the proceedings did you find that phone, take that phone from Mr. Lowe?
那么你刚才提到是从陆先生那里在他的这个手机盒里面发现了一个马里兰的 ID，那么您是在什么时候发现的？
Prior to placing him in the back of the squad car.
那在把他送去警车之前。
Prior to arresting him then? Or would you consider yourself arresting him at that point?
He was detained.
那么您那个时候是认为你是在逮捕他，还是说在之前？
He was detained at that point. He was not free to leave.
I'm sorry, can you say one more time?
Sorry. He was detained. He was not free to leave.
那他当时是已经被关押，不能自由离开。
Detained for what reason?
那他被关的这个逮捕的原因是什么？
Based upon the conversation that I had with Mr. Caitlin, I believe that these individuals were involved in fraudulent practices or identity fraud.
那么根据我跟 Mr. Kayla 的对话，我认为他们是这些人是在从事欺诈和假冒 ID。
But according to your conversation with Mr. Kalin, you don't have any knowledge of Mr. Lowe doing anything illegal in the state of Ohio, do you?
那么根据刚刚你跟 Kayla 的对话，那么你并不知道Mr. Lowe 是在 Ohio 有过任何非法的行为，对吗？
It was my understanding in speaking with Mr. Caitlin that Mr. Lowe had went into the South Charleston Walmart and filed a fraudulent credit card application, which my understanding he was granted.
好的，那么根据我和Kayla 的对话，我知道他是在Southfield 那个 Ohio 的 Walmart 的店是也申请了信用卡，同时被批准了。
And to be clear, South Charleston is not in the state of Ohio.
I wasn't finished, Mr. Steyer.
And to be clear, South Charleston is not in the state of Ohio.
Mr. Steyer, he's going to answer the rest of the question first.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
South Charleston 不是在 Ohio。
No, that's stricken.
Yeah,
Go ahead and answer.
Mr. Steyer, to answer your question, Mr. Lowe, after speaking with Mr. Caitlin, was in the company of Miss Hlin, who performed the same act in the state of Ohio at the South Point Walmart. Based upon that reasonable suspicion, I detained both of these subjects.
Walmart or Lowe's?
I'm sorry, Lowe's, Your Honor. My apologies.
Thank you.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
那么据我所知，他们是都在 South Point Walmart 从事了相类行为，所以说我是当时是逮捕了两个。
As we sit here today, do you have any actual knowledge that the Maryland license you found in Mr. Lowe's, allegedly Mr. Lowe's phone case, was stolen?
请问您是否知道在 Mr. Lowe 的手机盒里找到了那个马里兰的驾照是被盗的一个驾照？
I cannot say that it is or was not stolen.
我没有办法说它是或不是被盗的。
And there's been testimony about a large number of IDs that were found, but none with the Maryland ID that was allegedly in his phone case was found on Mr. Liu's person, correct?
您刚才前面说到的是那个很大量的这个 ID，但是这些 ID 是不是在 Mr. Liu 的这个钱包里面发现，他的手机包里面发现的，对吗？
The ID in question was recovered from inside the phone case of his cell phone.
我们现在说的这个 ID 是在他的手机盒里面、手机包里面发现的。
But my question is, other than that one, none of the others were found on his person.
那么我的问题是，除了那一个之外，其他的 ID 都不是在他的钱包里面发现的，对吗？
Yes, Mr. Starr, that would be correct. Just the one ID.
是的，只是这一个 ID。
I have no further questions.
我没有其他问题了。
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may sit down.
We rest.
Any evidence from the defendants?
Not from Ms. Leanne.
Not from Ms. Lynn, Your Honor.
None from Mr. Liu, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Quinn, I believe it was, the translator.
Is that Ms.
This is the judge. This is the judge.
Oh, okay. Right.
All right, if you can translate what I'm going to say.
All right.
I am binding all defendants over to grand jury.
好的，我们会把所有的这个被告到大法官。
I am raising all their bonds to $75,000 each.
那会每一个人这个保释金都是7万5。
That will be cash or surety.
这个是现金或者是保释金。
That is all.
这是全部要说的。
That concludes this hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
好，我们这个是完成今天的听证会。我们先到这儿吧，拜拜。
Thank you. Bye. Okay, I've been sitting here since 9:30. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Don't go. You guys, they can go, but everybody else can stay. We'll come back.
May I step out and speak to my client in the back for a moment?
Sure.
We're off the record. Thank you.
Locally, take 10%, also Mr. Salary. Christopher McGee, have that team get it for me. Either one, I gotta have their urine screens. Okay, I don't have the result of the vote received. Yeah, fit on that, yeah. Who's next? We'll do Michael Tracy. Okay, so, after Fraser, after McGee, we're going to do the guy that said, in court. State of Ohio versus Christopher McGee, case number CRP 23683 on recall.
You were going to speak to Mr. McGee about...
I did. We can take him whenever he is able to get the monitor.
I looked at the list. We have a lady that can have her ankle monitor taken off. She's also being supervised by common police court now. So, but it'll be next week before we can have that removed.
All right. I'm going to reschedule. I think we can do it Monday.
Getting her, I think she's still in a treatment center. Getting her down to get the ankle monitor off may be a little bit of an issue.
All right. I'm going to reschedule this for Monday, November 20th. See you on Monday. Hopefully we can get you an ankle monitor then.
State of Ohio versus Michael H. Tracy, case number CRB 23548 on recall.
Okay. This is Mr. Smith's case. He's still in the house, I assume.
Not Roger, Tyler.
Tyler.
He's right back here.
Michael Tracy, 23548. 23548. All right, does Mr. Tracy have anything he wishes to say to the court?
Yes, sir, I would like to apologize for saying that. I've been really stressed out from working in this, and it's just not getting to me after a while. I'm very sorry.
I'll accept your apology and will not detain you any longer. I'll reschedule your next hearing. Do you have a preference, Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, I believe that I just said on December 1st.
All right, December 1st will be the next hearing for Mr. Tracy, pretrial at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, could we have a meeting with you on this
Sure.
suppression?
Mr. Braces?
Yes. We'd like to meet you in the chambers if we may.
Let's clear up the rest of the things we got.
This one is on your Cory Frasier.
Okay. I think we have this. Look in there. I think I have it.
I still have a preliminary. I still have a preliminary.
We were waiting to get
that attempted murder.
State of Ohio recalls Cory Frasier.
It's not. That is, tell me that, I didn't hear what you said.
I still have that preliminary.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Are we on the...
Yeah, I still have, I can't remember the name at this point, I'm sorry. McAllen, yes.
And that's going to be for evidence?
Yes, it is. By understanding, unless Mr. Hill wants to make an offer on bond.
I don't think we want to make an offer on the bond. I mean, we want a high bond.
Okay. All right, Mr. Frasier, I've been in touch with someone from Pathways, Mr. West. And he can pick you up at the jail. Okay, so I'm going to order him released to Pathways to go into inpatient treatment, and I want to see you back here on December 1st for a review hearing. So you'll come back and they'll give me a report as to how you're doing. at 9 o'clock on December 1st. And I'll let Mr. West, who's my contact there, know, he already knows you're at the jail and he can pick you up there, but that you're coming back to court on December 1st. Okay, take advantage of this. Get off fentanyl.
Is that the first?
Yes, December 1st. Is that finished? Is that everything? No, we got that one. Well, let me tell him, ask him if he can come here and get it.
Don't let me go. Be safe right there.
Okay, let's let him pick him up at the jail.
You want to be with it back in January, or you want to do it together?
Where's Mr. Steyer? Steyer and Hill, I need them both. Is this it? Let me ask him a question. Where's Mr. Hill?
He's in here on the phone.
On your case or what?
I don't know what he's on the phone about. I just know he's on the phone.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
So this is it's set for preliminary, Joe. Okay. So this,
They're not. They're fine.
Mr. Eaches and I had an idea, maybe we wanted to present to the court on that other case.
well, I was going to see how long, I didn't recall what this case was about, so it's going to take a little while too. All right, I'll meet with Mr. Eaches and Mr. Hill on Brazos, and then we'll come back and do McAllery.
Okay.
And that'll be the last thing we have. Court's in recess.
Josh, I already talked to Dave on that other one. Yeah, I thought they were calling back and telling him, but I guess he doesn't.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
The last one.
Which is McAllery. Okay.
It was my sister, almost got burned up on it, so.
Yeah.
It's our parents' house.
Yeah, this has been quite a day. We got to do interpreters over the phone.
Oh, yeah.
It takes forever.
Yeah.
But we don't have anybody around here that speaks Mandarin or Chinese, so we had to go with the Ohio Supreme Court through their system on the phone to do it.
I was scared of people doing 3,000 years.
But you're kind of tired of waiting here for it's just one of them times. I think this is the longest court day I've ever had. See, I get here about 6:15 in the morning in order to get all the cases ready and all that. You know, I get everything all ready. So I've been here since 6:15 this morning. So. That's what it is. That's all right. You ready? We're ready.
You good to go? Just making sure.
Lawrence County Municipal Court's now back in session.
All right, we're going to start with Mr. Brassis and finish that up. There's been an agreement as to how to handle this. State's going to agree to amend this to a reckless operation.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Case number is 23999. Mr. Regis.
It's all correct, Your Honor. My understanding is that the defendant would enter a guilty plea to the amended charge to a 2-point minor misdemeanor reckless operation. The other charge would be dismissed, and we've agreed to grant the appeal of his administrative license suspension. And I have no problem with the maximum statutory fine for the minor misdemeanor.
Okay, so the amendment is to 451120.
I believe so, Your Honor. I should know that.
2-0.
I'm sorry. 451120.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that, Your Honor.
amend the points to 2. And you agree with this, Mr. Process?
Yes, sir.
Anything you want to tell me before I finalize it?
No, sir.
All right, $150 fine and court costs. And the state's also going to agree that there was not a refusal. And you'll prepare the paperwork for that.
I'll prepare the paperwork, Your Honor. May I?
Is he going to pay the fine and court costs today?
You need to, if you can.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
See the clerk pay no probation or reviews.
You do not.
What about the B and C?
Think so.
The other, there was a, there should be a stop line. It's like he should pay. He should,
Stoplight too.
Distracted driving to the C.
that's being dismissed. Distracted driving is being dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
The traffic control, $50 fine on that.
Hang tight, this is for your license.
Okay, see the clerk about, here's all the exhibits.
I'll have this done before you're finished, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. McElary.
Judge.
No, thank you very much. Here,
State of Ohio versus McElary.
I don't sign all these. I only sign some of them. Oh, boy. I just signed the ones with.
This is Mr. Steyer's case. It's set for preliminary hearing.
Here, I'd like to have you join me at the defense table if I could.
All right, sir, you can come down and sit with your lawyer. Sir?
Sir.
Go down there and sit with Mr. Steyer. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call the witness.
Call Detective Bradford in South Point.
I think the speakers might still be off, Your Honor.
He's coming.
Oh,
No, they're on.
Okay.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may be seated.
Detective, can you state your name and where you are employed?
Craig Bradford with South Point Police Department.
You're a detective there?
Yes, sir.
And in that capacity, did you have involvement with James A. McElary on November the 12th, 2023?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you, did that happen in the village of South Point?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recognize Mr. McElary? And if you do, can you point him out, please?
Yes, sir, he's a gentleman in orange jumpsuit, seated next to Mr. Steyer.
Record will show he pointed to the defendant.
I'd like for you to tell the court exactly what your involvement with him was and what your investigation revealed.
I was called home by one of our supervisors and advised to go to the address of 700 block of 4th Street West about an arson or a fire, house fire. To help Officer Lewis, who was the first responding officer. So I responded to the station, met with Officer Lewis, and on the way back to the house, he briefed me about what was going on. He told me that the gentleman had turned himself in at the jail, and he was being booked into the jail. So
He turned himself in the jail in Ironton?
yes, sir.
Okay.
So I've gone to the house with Officer Lewis, looked around the outside of the house. The fire department was already there. Looked around the outside, took some photographs eventually, and looked from the doorway to the basement. I looked inside, saw a lot of burnt charring on the inside. After that, we've gone to, Officer Lewis and I went to the jail and interviewed Mr. McLaren.
All right, before you tell us what Mr. McElary told you, What did you learn there about, or what did you suspect had happened?
I suspected that he had set fire inside the residence in the basement while his fiancee was inside upstairs sleeping.
And what was the fiance's name?
Fiance's name was Alyssa Petty.
Did you have contact with her?
I didn't speak with her. I saw her at the scene, but I didn't speak with her directly at that point.
Did Patrolman Lewis speak with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you surmise that it was, tell us what Mr. McAlery told you.
When we met at the jail, I Mirandized him, told him why we were there and asked him what happened that morning. And he said that he had, quote, just snapped, and said that he and Alyssa had gotten into an argument that stemmed from the night before, where she had threatened to file rape charges on him and have him locked up. And that morning he had taken his son from the house he lived with them to the son's mother's house and dropped the son off, and then went back, and there was video from Speedway where he admitted he went to Speedway and got gas and took it back to the house and then set fire to the house inside the basement.
Did he say anything to you about knowing that Miss Petty was in the house when he set the fire?
Yes, sir. I asked him specifically if he knew that she was in the house, and he said he did.
That's all I have this time.
Mr. Stein.
Detective, you stated that you Mirandized the defendant when you questioned him at the jail. Did you get a written Miranda waiver?
Yes, sir.
And was this interview recorded in any way, audio and or video?
Both, sir.
Have you preserved those, both the Miranda waiver and the recording?
Yes, sir. They're in the case file turned over to the prosecutor.
Okay, if I could have one moment to consult with my client.
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill, any follow-up?
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, sir.
Thank you, Ron.
Well,
We would like to call Alyssa Petty.
Alyssa Petty, come to the witness stand, please. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated, ma'am. Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alyssa, tell the court your full name.
Alyssa Daniels Petty.
Alyssa, and I know you've sat here all day, and I didn't realize you'd been here all day, but thank you, and I'm sorry it's taken us so long. You made some complaints to law enforcement about James McAlery, Jr. Do you see him here in the courtroom? Is that him that's sitting over here at the other table?
Yeah.
Record says she pointed to the defendant.
This goes back to just the other day on November the 12th. I would like for you to tell the court, first of all, what your relationship is or has been with him and what happened.
I was his fiance for almost 5 years. I woke up and we had gotten in a fight the night before. All I asked was him to leave. That. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
your time.
I woke up a little after 7:30 in the morning. Is that where we're going? I got up by myself. He already took his son and left and took him to his mother's. He had came back when I woke up. He told me that he needed to go get gas for his truck. He took my car and it was about like a 10-minute trip, I'd say. And then he had came back and he had walked in. He walked into the kitchen and he kept asking, you know, where does this lie, where does this lie? And my answer was the same, that I was done. He had a bottle, like a water bottle, and I didn't think anything of it. His truck was parked down by the garage, so whenever he walked out, the last thing is, you will have nothing.
What did he say?
You will have nothing.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He walked out and I seen his truck about 5 minutes after that, pulled out of my yard because I was sitting on my couch in my living room. About 10 minutes later, I realized the whole house was in smoke. And I couldn't hardly see, so I ran. Well, I could see, but it was like the white smoke, you know? So it was like, at first I thought I burned my couch with a cigarette, you know? But it kept getting thicker, so by the time I realized it, I ran towards my basement door. When I opened the basement door is whenever it became too much. And I couldn't see. So I ran outside, and I ran to my neighbor's house first, and then he didn't answer, and that's when I called 911.
When he left the house, did he know you were in the house?
He looked right at me on the couch right before he walked out.
Did you all live there at the same address together?
Yes.
Is that your house?
Yes.
And you and Mr. McAlery and his son lived there?
Yes.
Did anybody else live there? I think I read something about cats.
Yeah.
Did your cats make it out?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Stein.
Just 1 moment, Your Honor. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
You have no questions at this time, Your Honor.
What became of your house then? What became of your house? Was it destroyed or? Yeah, I'm sorry. Any further follow-up, Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, ma'am.
We'll call Patrolman Lewis. Thank you, ma'am.
Patrolman, if you would step up and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated, sir. Thank you.
Are you Patrolman Joseph Lewis of the South Point Police Department?
Yes.
Appreciate you being so patient today.
It's okay.
You picked a bad day to have your hearing. Very, very, very busy docket today.
Imagine if we'd have had the jury trial, what would we have done?
Well, we scheduled a lot of stuff when that cleared up.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so back on November the 12th, were you on patrol there in your duties as a police officer for South Point?
Yes.
And did you have contact with Mr. James McAlery Jr. on that day?
Yes.
What was the first time that you had contact with him? Where were you and what happened?
I was at Speedway gas station on Solid Road, and I was drinking coffee and just socializing a little bit inside the store. At that time, Mr. McClary walked in and paid for gas and looked up at me and asked, could he speak to me for a second? And I nodded my head yes.
What was the conversation?
He just pretty much walked up and stated that he apologizes for anything that's been said about him, and I'm assuming a list at the time, and anything else that I might hear about them, which I in turn stated that no one talks about anything to you or that I've heard of, and that you're fine.
Do you have any idea at that point in time what he might be referring to?
No.
Did you see him get gas?
No, not until after the fact of watching video.
So tell us what you saw on the video.
On the video, it shows Mr. McClary in a black car, which is his fiancée girlfriend's vehicle. It shows him put the nozzle in the car, take it out, and then fill up a red gasoline container. A smaller version, kind of like a miniature size. So
after you had that first contact with him, you didn't know what he was talking about, right?
No.
Did you then, were you then dispatched to the 4th Street West residence in South Point about a fire?
Yes.
And explain what happened there.
I was doing my regular patrol duties when dispatch notified me that I had a structure fire in progress. Information was kind of vague at that time. I'm down around Roberts Drive, close to the train bridge on County Road 1 eastbound. I proceed to the house. Upon getting there, I've driven by multiple times, and I know that there's sometimes kids and stuff at the house. The house is fully engulfed in smoke. I attempted to go to the front of the house, hollering to see if anybody was in it. So I got no response. I immediately went around the side of the house, banging on the side of the house in the window. When I get to the back of the house, that's when I run into Miss Petty with a water hose. She's spraying water into the downstairs basement.
Were there firemen on the scene already?
No, I was the first one on the scene.
Did you locate or see a container that looked like the one that Mr. McClary had used at Speedway to fill up with gas?
Not until after the main focus of safety of Miss Petty was away from the house. And then collecting evidence that the red can was located in front of the doorway to the basement.
Did you speak with Miss McClary? Or excuse me, with Miss Petty?
I didn't speak to her about anything individually. It was just she was in a distraught state of mind because her house was on fire. She was concerned about 2 pets being in the house, and my main thing was to get her up to the house, stay with her until Orange County EMS got there, so they could put her in the back and I could continue doing what I have to do on site.
Did you go to the jail in Ironton with Detective Bradford?
Yes.
And you took part in an interview of Mr. McClary there at the jail?
Yeah, my main role was just to have my body cam running. Detective Bradford did all the speaking and talking on that.
Did you find out about what happened, where Mr. McClary went between leaving the residence in South Point and ending up at the jail?
During the midst of the investigation phase, Mr. McClary's ex-wife, Kayla McClary, came to the scene with the phone and stated that he had just came by her house and that she made him leave. Upon getting more further video from Speedway, it shows that his black truck pulls back up and gets $70 worth of gas into it. I was unable to go anywhere due to being the only officer on duty at the time.
Okay. So there were 2 you watched the video with respect to two different things. One, when he got gas, and the other when he came back and filled up his truck.
After the fact, yeah.
All right, that's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Stein.
Officer, I want to just clarify a couple things. You mentioned body camera footage. Have you confirmed that there is body camera footage of the interrogation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you preserved that?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body camera at the time of the encounter with Mr. McAllery at Speedway that morning?
No.
Were you on duty at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wearing a body camera when you arrived at the alleged house fire?
Yes, when I got in the car, as soon as I got to the front door, I jumped out and was holding my finger on the button and initiated the body camera.
So it was active at that time?
Yes.
And have you confirmed that it recorded that encounter with Miss Petty and the information that went on there at that time?
Yes.
And have you preserved that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not clear, you spoke to Mrs. McAllery only by phone, or if you spoke to her in person?
Mrs. McAllery, as your...
I'm sorry, as in Mr. McAllery's ex-wife?
Yes.
Well, yes, you spoke to her in person, or yes, you spoke to her by phone?
Spoke to her in person. She came to the scene.
Okay. And so that interaction would also be recorded on the body camera?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you went to Speedway. I don't know, did you go to Speedway more than once to watch a video, or you just went and watched both videos?
When retrieving the encounter at Speedway, we watched farther prior up to it and got the video from both sections.
So you retrieved that video?
Yes.
And you preserved it?
Yes.
And you made sure that it's viewable off their system, you can watch it on a computer at like the police station or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Just to be clear, your first encounter following the fire with Miss Petty occurred outside the home?
Yes.
You don't have any personal knowledge of her being inside the home during or before that point?
No.
Okay. You have just one moment. All right, I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Anything for you?
That's all for this witness, Your Honor.
You may sit down. Thank you.
We'll call Trooper Gay.
Trooper, if you want to step up, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper, state your name and where you are employed.
So Trooper Jacob Gay, Ohio State Highway Patrol, Ironton Post is what I'm saying.
Thanks for being patient today. Back on November 12th, were you on duty, and did you have some interaction or contact in some way with James McAllery Jr.?
I did with his vehicle, after being sent to a call to look for his vehicle. I never came in personal contact with him.
Explain the circumstances. What happened?
I was sent there at South Point to try to find, I believe they just called it a 1500 Ram black and color, gave me the license plate. Said he was an arson suspect, just, in the area of South Point. I believe the initial call, they said that he may have been heading to Huntington, so we were kind of in that area there looking for him. We received an initial call about, I would say 15, 20 minutes after the first call, that he was located or sighted in the roundabout around Solid. So we started that way, me and another trooper. And then he was sighted on County 1, turning onto Solid Road as we were on Solid Road. He passed me going towards 52. I flipped around at the food fair parking lot to get behind him, initiated my lights, right around the intersection, right after we got out of the roundabout at 52 and Solid. He proceeded to turn left, westbound, down the on-ramp to get on 52 westbound. There was a car in front of him that he passed on the left side of the road into the grassy area. At that point, it was apparent he was not stopping for me. I turned my sirens on, and we got in the left lane going westbound on US 52. And we drove through Delta Lane and Grandview. And at that point, we discontinued the pursuit.
Was this in the morning hour? What time of day was this?
I believe we got the first call right around 9:30 in the morning.
Did Mr. McAlery, was he driving at excess speeds, excess of the speed limits?
So we're going anywhere from 80 to 90. Top speeds, we stayed around 90 to 95.
Were there other cars on the road?
Yes.
Did he endanger other people by driving as fast as he did in traffic?
Yeah, potentially it could have been. When we went through the Delta lights, it was green, and it was red when he went through the Grandview lights.
So he ran a red light at Grandview. And you discontinued the pursuit. Did you later find out where he ended up?
I went back to our post, spoke with the sergeant about the situation. We got a phone call from our dispatch center that he went to the Florence County Jail and turned himself in.
That's all I have with this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Steyer?
Trooper, did you, or have you confirmed whether your in-car camera system recorded the alleged encounter?
The dash cam, yes.
Dash cam, thank you, I couldn't think of that word. And have you preserved that footage?
I did.
And have you provided that to the state?
I sent it.
Okay. Just to be clear, you said you and another trooper got some information. Who was the other trooper, do you know?
The trooper Stump.
Okay. And as far as you're aware, was Trooper Stump with you? He wasn't in the same car, was he?
Correct, he was in his own car. When I had initiated my lights to stop him, Trooper Stump was a car behind me.
Okay, so was he also involved in the alleged pursuit?
Correct.
You may not be aware of this, but are you aware whether his dash cam was activated?
It was activated. I don't know if he saved it.
So, as we sit here today, you can't testify whether it's been preserved or hasn't?
Correct.
Okay. And you know what car you had, or what automobile you had this pursuit with, but you don't actually have personal knowledge of who was driving the vehicle, do you?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, Your Honor.
You may sit down, thank you.
We rest, Your Honor.
Any evidence from the defendant?
No evidence, Your Honor.
Anything else the court needs to look at? The bond currently is $250,000.
We're going to ask that it remain.
Your Honor, at this time, we don't believe there's a bond that he can make, so we're not going to make a motion regarding bond.
All right, it'll remain at $250,000 cash assurity. Case is bound over to the grand jury. I found there is probable cause for that.
Thank you.
And that finally concludes today's court is adjourned.
I'm going to talk to you next lawyer, all this, okay? Thank you.
I want those rubber bands.
Take it.
I should get rewarded with something for today. I'm
Yes.
going to take these rubber bands.
I love those rubber bands. I go to Candace.
Now.
I go to talk to them. I gave my person, or she was going to text me by my.
Now then,
Great job today, prosecutor.
now we just need to do it again on Monday, and we'll be free from